Hey guys, how's it going? I know, it's cool shit. It's cool, right? That that's what it was doing when we were gonna be on Resident Evil, but that got messed up, obviously. So you didn't get to see that on Resident Evil, but that's what it was on for Resident Evil. Okay, so here we are doing another one of these, and obviously, I'm sure you guys are attuned to what we're talking about at this point, and have been kind of following along and seeing as views are being halted. Same view counts that you've probably seen since even the last time I talked about this. I mean, even just as simple as knowing that this one was at 261, if you remember that particular number. Exactly 261, 123, 123, 31. So, just halted view progress and stuff like that on stuff that we know people want to watch. Just like this, where a lot of people are watching it, and we know that. So, since that one's so, really obvious, they threw a couple views at it. Since that's really obvious, they threw a couple of views at it. So that way oh well, that's all it actually got. And then people that don't like you will just be like, oh, the only views that guy gets are the view bots, and then that's of course what the scammer wants everybody to think too. And then meanwhile, it's like, no, like the whole point is that's when they jumped on this to kind of hide what they were doing, so that way they could always masquerade. And they were always trying to steal a significant amount of real viewers to siphon them to other real scam sort of botting channels that they were doing too. Let me also say something too. I I feel like there's a really, really big technology gap for some people. Like, maybe even to the point that people don't even know what botting is and stuff like that. And, on another level. And not to be rude, but, for example, I saw I saw a little bit of a short of somebody talking about botting and stuff like that, and they were using subtitles to talk about it. And in the subtitles, I don't know if this was on purpose or maybe AI subtitles got it wrong or something. I don't know, but I just feel like the AI subtitles would know this and spell it right, but maybe not. But either way, this is a very obvious thing. And the person used, like, bod, like B-O-D, like botting. And I'm thinking to myself, wait, what? Botting? Wait, are people... Botting. Bod. What's bod? Botting? No, bot. A bot. A robot, a fake person, an AI bot, botting, botating, botting. So like, I wonder if like some stuff is so word of mouth. Sometimes. Bot or bot, yeah, exactly. 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 This shouldn't even be a question. Bot? Bod. B-O-D. all that botting. Look. I just, it's like the thing, it's like the old joke about the guy that called tech support because he was using he thought his, like he was talking to tech support and stuff like that. He thought he knew what he was talking about and stuff. And then meanwhile on the phone, he has a problem. He doesn't know, like he clearly he called for a reason, right? And then meanwhile he like through the conversation he sort of goes, yeah, and this automatic cup holder on the outside is really good too. And now, like, that's gone. People don't even know what that means. That's not a joke anymore, right? Because who has a CD-ROM drive anymore? So that would probably happen all over again, is the point. So the point it's probably happening. The point is it's not a fucking cup holder. It's where CDs go. So like just the joke is, this guy's gonna put his cup in there, it's gonna break, or he's gonna close it, it's gonna spill everywhere, So not trying to be rude at all, just like legit, I think there's a huge technology gap where it's even on that level. Bot, a bot, B-O-T. Bot. They're bots. They're automated. Again, it's you're talking about a robot or an AI bot, or the concept of a bot in a game, a bot. B-O-T. Like when somebody would bot in a game or something like that instead of playing themselves, and like when people used to cheat and stuff like that, that was when the concept of, people started being like, oh, you can bot in an evil way, like that was, I think, where it started to like happening a lot and stuff like that was cheating, obviously. That's where a lot of this stuff came from in technology, people jailbreaking stuff. Their Game Genie wasn't enough. Boats. Yeah. So, I'm just letting you guys know, like, I think sometimes the technology gap is that great, and then, like, you hear about that through word of mouth. But people don't actually really do spend a lot of time typing it or writing it out, I think. I'll be honest, I don't see it written a lot. And then sometimes a meme, like it's not GIF, it's actually GIF. And I said this too, like Linus is right. I said this originally too, where a long time ago, like, we used to sit back on the old Commodore 64 days and actually make these things. And like, that's the point. They're literally called GIFs. Because it was an acronym. And again, it's not everybody way after found out about these things because of social media, because it was very, very easy to, again, do this with social media, just like what you see here, where, you have a light sort of video file that's not really, like, it's just light. So, and then people, just started calling it opposite. But no, he's right. And those who remember originally what it was called, again, it was I promise it really was GIF originally. It really, really was. For those who were just making it on their own, again, like, they were the ones we were the ones that came up with the names of them. Like, we were the ones doing it. So, we just called it that. So the whole point is the only reason you even call it GIF is just because you mispronounced. You saw it typed on social media, and it spread like that. That's all. And it's okay. It's not that big a deal. But this is another example of what you see with culture, where most people will not be willing to admit they're wrong about something. I'm just pointing something out. It is very hard once people learn it is this way. They just want to say it that way. It's like, no, I'm not. I learned it like this. They learned it like that. No, they're not going to be able to flip it, you know. So that's okay. That's okay. But likewise with a lot of other stuff that happens. You know, this happens a lot with stuff. It's not just that. So you know, I mean, not as clear as day as GIF and GIF, but you get what I'm saying. Like, social media can do this and stuff like that. So bad actors specifically will love this sort of thing because it makes it easy to tick off groups of people and stuff like that, and they love doing this. So just so you know. Anyway, yeah, way back, a little bit about me. Way back when I first started gaming. I mean, when I was younger, we had an old CRT TV that had UHF settings and stuff like that, and this thing. Again, we had, it was a couple of Atari consoles, and then we moved into the NES phase and all that. So, I mean, I was pretty young at that time, but, you know, it was still around. So, but that's why I didn't actually, like, that's why I admit that I didn't actually play a lot more until Sega Genesis, which is why, like, Sonic the Hedgehog and stuff like that was more my thing. But then I went back, like again, I fell in love with Mario through Super Nintendo, through Super Mario World, and then I started going back and playing the original again, and you know, loved it all over again. Because we had Mario All-Stars on SNES too. So, but anyway, you know, so I it's not like I was just a PC gamer. I definitely had the mix match. I remember there was one year we got an old Atari Jaguar, and it was like, again, as much as I love Atari and all, that was like one of the worst systems I think ever made. The controller was like this. Like, it was like this. It had all these buttons all over it. Like it had like I think number buttons and stuff. Like, it was like a whole keypad of buttons and stuff. It was so weird. And the whole thing was like, I don't know, like, it just felt like holding... Actually, almost if you hold a handheld game console now, but again, that's your controller. So, you know what I mean? Like, no, that's not okay. Like, just, and you'd never use any, like, there was never any games on it, and then it just tanked. Like, the point is, nobody released any games on it. The few games that came out didn't use all those buttons. It was so ridiculous. And so we were just like, what are all these buttons for? Like, what is... And it was a cartridge console. It was a cartridge console. And it was cool. It was like black. It was really small and compact. It looked sort of like the Genesis, except it was instead of rectangular this way, it was rectangular this way. It was portrait instead of landscape. And it had slightly curved cartridges, I think. Because I remember the cartridges being really easy to put in and stuff. But they just tanked. Nobody bought it. And why would you release a cartridge console when Sega was doing so well? So, like, that was the whole point, was that was when we saw the push for the next thing. And remember, Nintendo was one of the only ones that could compete, and they kept doing it. But then, if you remember, not too much longer, like, it was, like, obvious they were developing. Yeah, that was PlayStation. You know, PlayStation was, like, that first, you know, everybody remembers that. You know, because we had Sega CD. We did. And some people liked Sega Saturn, Sega CD, all that stuff. They did. And that's okay. You can like that stuff. That's okay. Didn't... Meh. PlayStation, though? So, yeah, some of the magic happened when some of these companies had something to prove, and they did the first of the first, you know, like Xbox. That was magic. There's no question. They had Halo. It was a new console. You didn't care that the controller was shit. It was shit. I didn't care. I was like, wow, new controller. There's black and white buttons? That's fucking cool. What do we call them? Black and white buttons. Okay. Cool. Oh, there's new controllers out, and everybody's can stop bitching about it? Because I didn't care. I know everybody was complaining. I didn't care. And then, yeah, I'll admit, the new controllers as they came out, a little more compact. I was like, alright, I see what you're saying. But hey, it's okay. It's still Halo, still Xbox. And, you know, again, the point is, it just kept playing. Just kept playing. And at the time, I was playing Madden and stuff on freaking GameCube. I wasn't playing it on Xbox. I was playing Gears and Halo on Xbox, you know? I remember playing... Xbox was so cool. The first one was so cool. I used to sit there and play CDs on it because the screen was cool. Do you remember, like, the screen? Like, it was so cool. And you could play CDs on it. It would, like, it was all green and it looked really cool. I loved that. Remember that? So the point was, this is a couch thing. You can sit down and enjoy it. That was the whole point. We would just sit down and it was an experience. That's why PlayStation's still doing what it can do. The more couch co-op, the more experience you have, where it's not just play online with your friends. That's it. The more you sell. Why do you think smart TVs appeal to everybody? Because they have all these options and they're smart, you know? It's just an instant sales tactic gimmick thing. People don't use all the stuff in their smart TV. They don't need it. Most people don't even calibrate a TV or know how to do those things. So they get a TV, and, you know, like, how many times you go to somebody's house, those who know how to calibrate, the TV is either too loud and then really yellow, or super bright, it's like stuttering around the screen, or something like that. Like, there's settings for these things, and they've never done it. So, like, stuff that they figured out even before smart TVs, and now there's actually a chip in there that does it, that does all that stuff, and they're not even using it. But, you know, smart TV. So the point is that's a sales gimmick where, yeah, like, I mean, there are legitimately a decent number of technologies in those TVs and stuff that you can use, and they're really good, but Most people don't know how to use them. That's all. It's just a matter of like, yeah, we come back to education again, like just where, you know, how hard is that, you know? So anyway, let's go into a little bit of this. You know, you guys, I'll talk about the channel here and there, but the point I'm making here is, you know, obviously the situation on my channel is that we clearly have a scammer here, somebody that was trying to make a channel off of mine, stealing a lot of stuff. They were doxing, and you know, it's a pretty serious situation. This is the person viewbotting, okay? And much like, you know, a lot of the people that can do this, the point is that they have all of, you know, they take your data and stuff like that, and they make these accounts and emails and stuff. A lot of times that's how they're getting away with it, you know? So, like, this is why you have to be really careful a little bit more with your information and stuff like that. Some of the stuff that I've talked about more recently, I've just talked about it simply because this person doxed it and put it out there so much that there's really no point on me, you know. Just a couple things, and I'm not necessarily gonna say what those things are, but you know, it's kind of obvious, I think, you know, with certain stuff. Anyway, with the view botting and stuff like that, I obviously don't appreciate it. It's not something that I'm doing because you guys know I've said plenty of times before, you know, I always wanted the legitimate views. This was, the whole point was like way back, you know, I made a point that I don't want views unless they're legitimate and stuff like that, you know, and so, you know, I mean, that sort of thing. It's I have a hard time, you know, telling people when I even need help with something or wanting help with something and stuff like that. So again, I don't just, it's not who I am at all. And what you have to understand is when you see a streamer and their information gets doxed, and you might like find out a bunch of stuff about them and stuff like that, it doesn't mean that you necessarily know anything about the person. You found out a bunch of information. So just realize that how somebody appears to be in front of you, obviously, and how things appear to be, obviously aren't necessarily the case based on what you can deduce from the little tiny bit that you're seeing here and there, okay? And I'll give you one example. I mean, there was this one lady who, you know, all these fans of hers and stuff like that were convinced that she was kidnapped. Somebody was like controlling her and stuff like that, and I would have had a hard time disagreeing if they were presenting the information as the way they were presenting it. I actually would have had a hard time as well with it, because it's the sort of thing where enough people were talking about it and it was suspicious, and then all it was she came forward and said, you know, that she has a very serious condition that caused like the things that people were seeing, like they're seeing bruising and stuff. She has a very serious condition and stuff, so she had to come out with that condition and talk about that, just because these people were jumping to all these conclusions. They saw like a person, like their finger or something like that in the slide of and they thought it was like somebody like controlling her and stuff like that. And so like the point was that this was like a person, like her mom or something was like helping her with like the videos and stuff like that. And people were just... So you have to realize that this is what people do. And this is what the scammer is going to want. This is what anybody is going to want to happen that does not like the streamer. They're going to want this shit to blow up and people to dislike the person, to, you know, seem a certain... that sort of thing. And so you you have to understand that as the person right here is hitting the laugh emoji and getting ideas in their head, that this is the whole point. Don't, like, we know this stuff has happened before, so don't let this scammer sit here and manipulate people. Like, I already pointed out the fact that unfortunately this person found out some information and contacted some people and tries to regularly manipulate them to absolutely be in here and see what I'm saying, and so, like, it's just, you have to understand there's a reason for that. Like, there's no real reason for them to hear it, you know what I mean? But there's definitely a reason that the scammer wants this person to hear it. Because the point is that half the shit I say on here is supposed to help you guys understand things and teach you something. You guys know a lot of the stuff that I do has to do with analogies, comparing life experiences and stuff like that. And I will often troll an entire stream for the sake of getting you guys to see what happens and see the reaction of what YouTube will promote. We're crashing out about this and that, and YouTube's promoting the shit out of it. But we have a really, really good stream that we put a lot of intelligent conversation, and they're not promoting jack diddly fucking squat. And it's some really, really well thought out stuff that I put some time and thought into when I was talking to those Republicans and conservatives. And this person really just is making you hate me, because again, I was the guy on here a while back not calling anybody idiots. I was actually the only one not doing that, pretty much. And that's what they know that. And so they intentionally figured out a way to get MAGA to act like MAGA. But I want to assure you that as long as you get on the train of moving away from MAGA and never supporting this terrorist orange jackass ever again, we can all agree. We can all get back on, hey, George W. wasn't so bad. Hey, Ronald Reagan was a damn good president. George W. wasn't so bad, actually. In comparison. In comparison. So, that's what I was saying. And I was reminding y'all that under Bush Sr. and Clinton, there's a very clear picture of Putin, of them attending Boris Yeltsin's funeral with Putin. We clearly had good relations. They talked to him all the time. The point is, the orange moron pisses everybody off and does not work with anybody because he's an orange moron. And now my bit rate's shifting around. Gee, I wonder why. So, guys, you gonna start recognizing some things? Okay? Please? Start recognizing who's here trying to be Mr. Popular, who isn't, and then ruining it for anybody that is trying to be a bit popular for once in their goddamn life. Yeah, like, that's the point. This asshole, he was always the popular guy because he forced that. He's got all this billionaire money and stuff. Meanwhile, all I gotta do is show you a fucking picture of me in high school, and you know full well. Yeah, all... I would have told you at the time I got lots of friends. That's what I would have said. I would have been like, I got lots of friends. I would have been all offended and stuff, too. But I also, you know, um, I also, like had the, I mean, like just there's other stuff. You figure life out, man. You know. I wasn't even a black sash in back in, like that was after. That was after. That took a while. It took a while. It took a long while. A black sash in Kung Fu if you earn it, and not one of these styles that just accelerates people because they're good at competing and wow, look at what he can do in competition. I'm talking about earning it, actually earning it. It takes a long time because trust me, trust me. In a real martial arts Kung Fu style, if you're a black sash, in a real one, not a fake one, you'll be able to use real combative animal styles in like full contact situations. Not just like, oh, here's a tiger claw, I'm gonna tiger claw all day long. It's the sort of thing where even like Jackie Chan, Jet Li, and these guys actually like try to hold back and not show this stuff in movies too. They really, really try not to show too much in movies too, because the point is that some of this stuff, if you give it to people, you're giving it to people. You don't want people to have this stuff, and trust me, it works definitively. The funny thing is, the amount of times, like, what I'm doing here is actually showing some of these martial artists, these top-level martial artists, something they didn't know, I think. And it's actually how foolish a lot of people are. I think they underestimated actually how foolish the average man is. Because they know, but I think they truly underestimated it in the modern world. So that's partially why I'm doing some of this, is because the fool will always be a fool. He's not going to be able to figure it out. You think it's a big secret and then I'm giving it away. No, the fool will always be a fool and will never be able to use it for what you think. That's why it's important to give it to those that are being attacked out there. They might have a chance to use something useful. That's all. And it's important to remember that they probably know some stuff and have been taught wrong. And if you just fill in that blank, they go, oh man. Because they actually care and they respect it. And they'll look at it differently than the fool. So we're gonna talk about the stuff here on the. I realized that I just had it on your screen and didn't even really talk about it yet. It's important to remember this stuff about martial arts and life in general. That's what. Yeah, I think even that's sort of showing them is. I've actually put some of these things on stream, and still people now. There was a couple of people with the shorts that I gave you guys. A couple of people, when they watched those shorts, they realized, they immediately, especially the ones where we did the techniques, but the point is the execution of some of those kicks and just the stuff that I was doing. If you have a trained eye and you've done this, you know what you're looking at. So I saw a few people immediately realize the skill level versus other people where they won't see it. So it just takes realizing and being willing to accept the fact that somebody's just trying to give you information, just trying to, actually put legitimate information out there that's going to help you out. That's all. Again, there's been a couple of times where in like live streams and stuff like that, believe it or not, I've actually put some things in there where if you're paying attention, there's some very, very useful information that you could use to in combination with some of the stuff that Bruce Lee said too, like the 1-inch punch, the concept of keeping the feet moving and stuff like that. All that stuff is actually these are very common mistakes in pretty much every martial art that they teach you. Like even in karate and stuff like that, they don't teach you to keep the feet moving. Like it is flat out taught to you in a lot of karate styles, especially in the United States, that you do a punch and stop and hold the stance and yell "Ki-ya" really loud. I can't roll my eyes hard enough. And then, the point is, this is the most dollar store of this is when you see the video clips of what they have in North Korea, where they're lying to the public and they're trying to, so even our stalker has seen it, where like it's just a dance class basically, where like literally the people in North Korea, like they're just doing a martial arts class, and instead of sitting there teaching them martial arts, they could be doing drills or something. I shit you not. They're literally like fake fighting each other. Not even sparring, with like fake fighting each, like, what is this, choreography class? What does that do? So let me get this straight. Going and playing cops and robbers with your friends is learning how to fight? Okay. I mean, that's basically what that tells me. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you may as well just not have an instructor and just fight club it up. Like doesn't teach you anything. That's just a brawl. That's not a coach. That's not a properly trained instructor. It's just a bunch of people. You know what I mean? It's irresponsible. It's not what you do. So anyway, my message is that I've always just been trying to motivate people to find a good instructor. If they aren't agreeing with and saying similar things, they are very inexperienced people, because a lot of the stuff that I say is very definitively coming from world champions that trained me. These guys are world contact champions. I'm not, just coming on here with a bunch of nonsense and stuff like that. I mean, like, I've already shown you guys, the videos, and you've seen plenty from the past of stuff from me, from my school and stuff like that. So, it's really just coming from all the knowledge of everything that I've learned, and I'm just trying to help you understand, just as I taught my own students, way back, and taught my students even in classes that I was trusted with when, the other instructor was there too, and trusted me to teach the information because they were giving it to me. That's the point, is that there are definitives. These things will either work or they won't. And I'll show you why. The problem is, a lot of times I can't do that on stream because I don't have it in a partner to show you. If I can, this is what I would, I loved doing this. I loved seeing the eureka moment when I showed somebody why they were, like, they would tell me this, you know, this works. And I'd just be like, it's not going to work. And I'll be like, all right, go ahead. And I tell them to do it or something like that. And then I just show them why. I just defend myself. And then it's just like, and then they're like, okay. You know, like immediately they believe it, obviously. But a lot of times, if it's an advanced technique, the fun thing would be to give them conditioning and stuff to work toward that so that they could look forward to that technique without giving them a technique. If it's an advanced technique and they can't get it yet, you know, it's the sort of thing where, well, that's on this level. It's on that sash, you know, this level. So what we'll do is, you know, here, I'll give you this. And it's, you know, this teaches you that training and it'll get you ready for it. I would never have a problem with stuff like that, you know, because the point is, as long as I'm teaching the training that works them up to it, I know that they have the control and responsibility to handle that technique. So, you know, like the whole point is I would just be like, well, you know, all right, here, and then it helped them understand things even better as then they were going up through. It'd be like, oh, yeah, that's and so like that's, I loved that where it was always nice to, you know, show somebody organically, you know, this is how you pull it out of the martial arts. This is how you figure that stuff out. Okay. Anyway, I guess I should probably talk about this stuff. As you guys know, we played zombies yesterday, and I'm sure there's a different screenshot, you know, thumbnail for you than there is for me. So you're gonna see that right away. You're gonna see that right away. That'll look different for you. So that's something that you're gonna see right away. That'll be this right here. Playing zombies. That'll be that one. It'll probably look different for you. That does for me. So for me, it's just this random rewards screen that shows me the rewards a random time we finished a run. Probably again to make me think, you know, it's a random reward screen instead of the game, so I complain about it or something. You know what I mean? Like, I've told you about this before, where we know that this was something I complained about, and they were able to get, you know, people to organically, you know, mistakenly view my channel a certain way just because I was wrong about some thumbnails and talked about it live. You know what I'm saying? Where it's the sort of thing where that's the scam they're creating, where, you know, I told you guys about how I used to, you know, like if you're sharing stuff and you want that thumbnail that you created to be on there and it looks different for you, you're going to talk about that and you're going to want some answers on that. So, you know, it's very important to remember that this is YouTube, and this has been happening quite some time, where pretty much every stream, actually every stream, it's not pretty much, it's every stream, there is no thumbnail that is the same for me that it is for you. It is every single one. It's completely different. And again, it's another further example of the fact that my entire channel is scammed. It's just another example how my entire channel is scammed, where every single thumbnail looks completely different. You'll see this throughout the whole, you'll see a bunch, you probably see a bunch right now, don't you, that are completely different than the ones that you see on the screen right now? There's probably most of them, actually. Only if I changed it will you see, because again, sometimes I'll go in and I'll change it where I want it to look, you know, for me a certain way so that I remember what it looks like. But again, Half of them won't be, because the whole point is I'm documenting this. I've been telling YouTube about this all the time. They don't fix anything. They don't give a shit. And this has been going on for years. This has been long, since even before the stalker showed himself. This goes back to even when I would react to K-pop videos, and the point was I would have a very specific thumbnail for that, where I wanted it to look a certain way. I was trying to make it look really nice, and it would just show a random thumbnail, like 3 gray dots half the time. Like, literally that half the time, for me. As if there's no thumbnail at all. So of course I'm gonna, like, freak out about that. Like, 3 gray dots, where it's just not... Yeah, somebody's going in there and making it look like that for me. Clearly. So, again, like... How many times, like, over the years did YouTube just not fix something was clearly happening? You know what I mean? Do you see right now what YouTube is doing? Do you see how, like, they shifted the bitrate around a little bit to control the traffic, and there's, like, basically the same amount of fucking concurrence as likes on the stream? Do you see that? Do you see how when, like, there's more people coming in, we were getting, like, 20 concurrence? Remember, we had 20 concurrence and stuff like that? Yeah, and then they shift the bitrate around to control the traffic. Okay, I talked already the other night about how the orange jackass is literally just watching my streams from the White House. And because he is doing this, and because they don't have cybersecurity, they defunded it, he is intentionally getting me and himself targeted. That's what he's doing. By watching my streams. So therefore, the federal government has to use resources to actually sit here and do things about the fact that the irresponsible orange douchebag is watching my streams from the White House. And when I talked about this the night that I talked about this the other night, we had, like, the bitrate became so malicious, like, it was like, again, they were trying to end the stream. Like, it was to that point where, like, they're trying to break up entire sections, you know what I mean? And end the stream and stuff like that. Like, it was like literally just non-stop hacks and attacks of my ISP too. Like, literally a hack directly through the ISP. Because again, I've already told you guys, I know when other devices are connected to my network. It's not that. That's so elementary. It's not that. This is what the scammer wants everybody to think. That's so elementary. And meanwhile, this douchebag actually is watching, because he watches and hangs on to every word everybody says. He's the guy that sat here and tried to cancel Kimmel just because he hurt his precious feelings. And then lied about what Kimmel said too. Remember? Everybody found out he was trying to, and the whole point was they found out Kimmel didn't do anything that bad. Like, he just made a joke. Who the fuck cares? And then he tried to lie about the joke that he tried to make it seem like he made a joke on Charlie Kirk. No, he didn't. He didn't say a damn thing. Yeah, he was choked up about that. Actually, when he thought he was making fun of, that choked him up. Like, that's the whole point. Like, no. I get choked up just thinking about it. Like, that takes us off. That's how comedy is. That's really fucking annoying. It's supposed to like we're trying to make people laugh here. Shit sucks. I'm the biggest orange asshole in the room is all like, wah, 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 and actually taking action on people. This is somebody that should be president. This is what you need to realize. We are intentionally making fun of this guy, showing you that he will attack us just for making fun of him. He can't leave us alone. So I'll resort to what Jason in chat said. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate you. They should get a life. Yeah. He should literally run the country. Never mind the fact that the director of the FBI is chugging beers. A bunch of retarded Karens are trying to sue Steam, FBI. How about you do something about that? How about you look into the fact that a bunch of retarded Karens are trying to sue Steam for literally no reason whatsoever? How about you do something? I mean, it's true. I mean, literally these people are trying to make money off of the fact that Steam is #1 and they're just trying to sue the fucking company for money. It's blatantly obvious. And the FBI is doing nothing. They could literally mount an entire investigation on this and stop these people and literally actually look like they're doing anything. Nope. I mean, this is the most obvious thing. All the streamers are calling it out. Every one of us is on the same page. And remember, the whole point was they were trying to originally say, oh, right, remember? Steam was charging too much. And then I sat here I literally went on stream and I was like, okay, we're going to call this bullshit right now. Because Steam having sales and being cheap is actually the reason it's doing well. So we're going to prove it. And then we literally sat here on stream and showed you non-stop fucking like AAA huge releases that are like $5 and $7. And again, they have sales all the fucking time. And I sat here and went through an entire library of shit that I've gotten over the years that, again, like, I got Dark Souls 3 for fucking like $7. That is worth $60. They do have to update it. They have to constantly do things to make sure it works. It's worth that. It won't run. You want it on PC, they gotta do those things in the modern day. Now, if Donald Trumpy dickhead wants to actually do something, maybe the infrastructure would kick in, and these people don't have to sit here and work like a sweatshop every day. But until that happens, you know, there ain't no cybersecurity, non-stop fixing this, and this. I mean, literally, it starts with all that stuff I told you years ago, where they're just sitting here learning to meddle with games. There's no cybersecurity, and you're just endlessly going to have glitches in all these fucking games, all software, specifically stuff that's free. Especially if it's free. If there's a paywall behind it, well, then they have to pay for it or figure out how to breach somebody that's paying for it and go around those credentials. Which is what they're doing. That's what they're using VPNs for. And then the Trump administration and anybody, again, that's so dumb that doesn't understand that you don't ban VPNs. Like, this is the point. This is what they did. Instead of doing something smart, they're like, no more VPNs, idiots. Like, you're dumb as shit. Now, nobody can be on a VPN. Now you're just going to get everybody breached in one day, which is what you did. And now it's even worse. Idiots. This is the point. The Trump administration's like, oh, well, they're hiding what they're doing with a VPN. Just make it illegal then. Are you dumb? The scammer is already doing illegal things. They literally sit and do illegal things all day. This is what they do. And you think making something illegal is going to make them surface? Fucking Christ, you're stupid as shit. You don't know how to run anything, dude. Step aside. Step aside. Sir. Please. Sir. I will treat you with respect if you deserve it, sir. Step aside, sir. You ever hear him talk about how people refer... Like, you know, like, anytime he's ever talking about somebody talking about him, they're calling him a sir. So, you know, I just assume people do this. They call him, you know. So I'm gonna, sir, step aside. Step aside. Anyway, I'm sorry. It's come on, guys. I've seen this one lose 2 views since yesterday. 2. Come on, YouTube. You're gonna take 2 views off. 2. Oh, get a life. This is the stuff where they started, like, shifting my goddamn bitrate around when I was talking about it live. Where I'm, like, seeing them, like, remove views while I'm live and shit like that. I'm like, YouTube, why are you... why even bother having a counter on there? Like, again, like, that was the whole point. Like, I'm live, and they're not removing it after that fact, processing it properly. They're literally just sitting here, and now they don't process at all when I'm streaming. They literally just sit here and remove shit live. And that's why they're not processing while I'm streaming, because, again, all they're ever doing is having my entire channel on some sort of lockdown, endless, you know, processing sort of phase. And I've told you, it's like, we've talked about this. Some call it, like, I was the first one to call it a shadow ban channel. But people talked about, like shadow banning, that's not really what it meant. I was the first one to actually, like, say my channel is shadow banned. And I was getting so many views for that. People were like, yeah, you know, like, actually, that's actually basically what it is. And yeah, that's what they're doing. Like, again, that's how it got started. That was the first one. That's what you have to rationalize. It started with that, where nobody's shadow banning anybody. Like, you have to rationalize how stupid that sounds. The point is, no streamer's doing that. They're not sitting here and, like, after the stream going, I don't fucking like this motherfucker. Let's go find this guy. Now he's banned. Ha 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 ha. Yeah! Nobody's doing that. Nobody's doing it. Nobody. Nobody fucking cares. If you come in and do something stupid, you get banned right then and there. Why would people nobody's doing this? And so the whole point is, YouTube was doing it. Just as they've been doing this. fucking around with people's channels. And you're getting banned because YouTube banned you via this person. And now you hate this person, that person hates you. McConnell Asmongold. You see, I don't even... This... You know what's funny? I don't know anything about anything. I'm just really good at analyzing things. I don't watch... I generally don't watch even Twitch streams to even keep up on that stuff. I don't really know much about it. I just analyze things. Oh wait, does that remind you of somebody else that recently tried to make it seem like... That's right, that's what he's doing. That's right. This guy's actually sort of an asshole, and what he's doing is he goes, I just make shit up, and people believe it. He actually admits it. He just admitted that on stream, right? So the point is he's gonna say it's a joke, but it's not. That's exactly what he does. That was like the most truthful I've ever seen him be. That's exactly what he does. He makes shit up. The guy has a pretty high IQ. So the point is, this is how IQ actually works. And a lot of times, believe it or not, this is how analyzation works. That's why I'm good at, like, if you are relaxed, you know how to think about something, you analyze it properly, your brain is very good at thinking of both sides, you will figure the thing out and you will have the answer as long as you're clear-headed. That's how martial arts works, too. It's just muscle memory. It's your ability to use your training and respond. So he is very high IQ, and he can do this, too. And he admitted it. But that's the whole point. That's what you're supposed to recognize about his politics, where, okay, there's where he's not doing it. He's not admitting he's wrong about that. That's where he's doubling down and he thinks he's always right. Okay. Because that you can't do that with. I was wrong about that once too. I did that too. I've admitted that on stream. This is what I did with W. Bush. I did this way back. Now, I admit now I don't hate the guy. I've never hated W. Bush. He was never really that bad. The whole point is that people don't realize that like he was very inexperienced. They won't give him a real clear perspective. His dad was a career politician, very experienced, did the job, but very unpopular because of the in-between. He had a tough decision. He had a lot of stuff to do and get done, and he was the perfect guy to do it. But he also got a lot of rap for it, because some of that stuff, it was just a tough decision that he had to make, and he wasn't always the best public speaker. He was a terrible public speaker. That guy was terrible. I mean, just watch a Dana Carvey impression, and you'll know why George H.W. was... But as far as his son is concerned, again, he was very inexperienced. I mean, the guy wanted to be a baseball player. I'm pretty sure he wanted to play baseball. Like, all that guy wanted to do was play sports. He was an athlete. So he's more of a doer. The whole point is, once he actually, instead of these other, like, these people that he trusted, the point is, he trusted the wrong people. And he didn't realize that, I think, until a certain point. That maybe the Republicans aren't necessarily the people you trust, like Cheney and stuff like that. So I just think that a lot of that had to do with him not necessarily knowing where that stopped, started and ended, being there enough, where Biden did. Somebody like Biden, he's gonna know everybody, and he's gonna know how to deal with that. Does that make sense? And that's the whole point, is where, like, you know, like, you can just take a look at what the person's saying, and actually like extrapolate what they're saying. Don't just be like, every politician lies, everything this, because it's not true. That's Trump. That's Trump. Anybody that backs up and has to stick up for Trump. So that's why you think this now. Because they're trying to get you to think this, because that's what MAGA hears. So therefore you just think that. It's a psyop on the American people. But you don't see it as that. And if I say that, it sounds really radical, so you're just going to be very dismissive of it. Russia would call it a psyop. China would call it a psyop. Korea would call it a psyop. In fact, they're probably all doing that, and using it to their advantage. So, again, if the CIA would call it a psyop, and all these other intelligence agencies around the world would call it a psyop, I promise it's a psyop. That's how you look at intelligence. That's how you look at facts and deduce things in politics. It's just accepting the unfortunate truth of the situation. This guy might not be who you like and who you wanted. And with W, that was my point, is originally a while back, I had to do this too, where I was wrong too. And when he went to war with Iraq, that was when I went, whoa. Listen, I wanted to like the smile and all that stuff too, but I know full well we weren't attacked by Iraq. And 9/11 had just happened. That pissed me the fuck off. That pissed me the fuck off. Because that's the point. This douche is your president, gets on the megaphone at Ground Zero, has the audacity to stand on that mound with the most corrupt mayor New York City has ever fucking seen, Giuliani, and lie to the American people about how he's going to do something and we will never forget. Duh! And the next thing he does is go to war with Iraq instead of the people that caused the attack. And then Obama stopped bin Laden. And nobody gave a shit. Oh, gee, I wonder if it's because Obama's black. Nobody has the balls to say it. Nobody's got the balls to say it. Y'all didn't give a shit because Obama's black. What other reason for there is there? You would have gave a shit if you would have been like, holy fuck, Trump, W, or even me. If I would have done it, you'd have been like, this fucking guy, he stopped bin Laden. Fuck. He should be president forever. But a black guy does it, makes a statement about it, and he didn't try to boast, he just made a statement that, the whole point was to rest easy. We finally did it. Because the whole point is we should have fucking done that a long ass time ago. I actually teared up a little. I was like, God damn. Finally. I was like, good for you. Because nobody else was going to do it. A president actually did the job amongst all the chaos. Because that's what he's supposed to be doing. He's not supposed to be focusing on fucking economy and God damn it, that's your government. And you're not fucking... That's your job. President's not... God. The whole point of a democracy is you focus on the governing. You're not doing it. And then you're like, our government's to blame. And then you all act surprised when a bunch of rich criminals come in and take advantage of that. You could do the same. You could just run for government and become a rich senator and take advantage of the system too. So why don't you just do it? Except don't take advantage of the system, actually do it, and take advantage of the asshole. Lie to him. Be like, yeah, we're going to go all in on this lobbyist scheme. And then fucking snitch to him to the FBI. That's what you need to fucking do. Because what they're doing's not legal. It's not. And I promise you, it ain't Bernie. It ain't Biden. It ain't Kamala. It ain't the Obamas. It ain't even the Clintons. Y'all think it is. It's not. No. It's the Republicans. It's all of the Republicans. It ain't the Democrats. The only Democrat that's doing that's Fetterman. Fuck that asshole. Fuck you, Fetterman. Traitor. Traitor. Fucking hoodie short wearing motherfucker. Dude runs for office, wins, votes opposite on everything Democratic, votes everything for the opposite party, then retires. All while voting the opposite direction with the government shutdown for the fucking... Yeah, remember that? Yeah, he's a traitor. He was put there. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get all political on you, but I know some people don't pay attention to Pennsylvania. You need to pay attention to Pennsylvania. Trump is. Because, you know, that's what decided the last election. So, why the hell do you think he's so focused on Pennsylvania? Durr. I wonder. Do you know why it's a swing state? They won't tell you this, and the bitrate shifts around when I tell you this. Do you know why? I'll tell you. Christians. Drive through Pennsylvania, you will find nothing but churches. Is confused, desperate, godly, stupid fucking people. I'm not trying to be rude, but some of these people are the most desperate people you will ever meet, and they haven't figured life out. They are just desperate for help. And they go anywhere people will help them. And that's it. And they believe everything these people tell them. And, you know, in communities and stuff, when people come together, prayer can make it seem like it's working. It's just a bunch of people actually caring. That's what it's supposed to do. So again, you're missing the point. The point isn't the building or giving money. The point is togetherness and helping each other out. That's actually what our government's supposed to be doing too, which is why in God we trust. That's why it's supposed to be God's country, because naturally we just do these things like the Bible tells us. It's not some forced fucking let's stand in front of a church holding up a Bible bullshit. And it's not will cast people out just because they say the F word definitely isn't that. I mean, that's just dumb. And that's everybody in the state. I mean, flat out, some people will want to kill you. You know. If they're Christian and they think that you're the devil's spawn or something like that, they'll want to kill you. Yeah, I'm like a witch, like a real witch burning or some shit. And meanwhile, some of these folks, again, what you have to realize is they're some of the most uneducated people on the planet. The Amish. Where they don't have electricity, they don't have anything. The most of what they follow up on is like headlines here and there, and they're not informed. And they're suddenly finding out about Trump and stuff, and they have no fucking clue. They're just going to pick the guy that appears to be the most Christian. So that's what he's doing, and he's playing that. And they are just dumb as shit. And they think because, again, maybe, you know, like, somebody else is saying it like that or something like that. But no, what you have to realize about that orange douchebag is he's not the one that's going to be honest with you like I am. You know what I mean? Like, they wouldn't listen just because, you know, oh, somebody's phrasing it like that or something. That's actually, again, even further doubling down on the fucking stupid. I can't express how much further doubling down on the stupid that is. Because it teaches you right in your Bible not to do this. You're going to cast out what somebody says and discredit them just because they would call you stupid? Well, maybe he's right. Did you ever consider that somebody's right? That you're just stupid? It's not intended as an insult? Did you ever maybe just think about it like that? Because if you think about it the other way, you're the bully, remember? Like, you would actually become angry and agitated that somebody notices that you're not very intelligent. I think that you're just not intelligent then. Because again, you're just doubling down on the emotions. Okay. So with the religion thing, this does this. It's very mind controlling. I mean, flat out, it's literally how almost every society on the planet mind controlled their people into not killing each other. This is how evolution worked. And any intelligent historian, any person that realizes this, they're the smart people. I mean, like, people know this stuff. Okay? The point is that we have to be out with it because modern society, people are figuring it out, but not consciously understanding. It's all subconscious. It is. They're smart, they're just not. Everybody has fucking ADD. I've talked about this. I've talked about the fact that critical thinking doesn't exist. People think in less than 3 seconds. You cannot, just like the MAGA thing. If somebody actually thought about it long enough, just like getting rid of government, if you thought about it long enough, you would never in a million years, because you would just naturally want to bring it back. You know? And then now you're in denial, we're just going to call it something else. It's not government. It's totally not. It's not. We're going to have a thing for this and a guy for this. It's not government. It's not. Guys, it's not. We're not. We got rid of that. Okay, it's not that. I mean, this is the thing that the communist dictatorships do. It's what China's doing to their people. They're not the Communist Party. They're not communists. There's no fucking such thing. It doesn't exist. They're lying. They want their people to think they're communist. Because then all these other nations think, oh, China, it works. They have communism, it works. Communism doesn't work. It doesn't exist. There's never a perfect communist society where they are actually giving back. No, China, trust me. Trust me. They got problems with the economy and shitloads of issues with natural resources and stuff like that. Again, China and India have more people than anywhere in half the world's population, over half the world's population, China and India. India's first, China's second. If you added up everybody in the entire world, you would still not equal the amount of fucking people that they have in India. That is a huge country. But the point is, China's really not all that far behind. Massive population. Okay? So the whole point is, you realize how many people are just jammed into 2 countries in the world. Because the rest of the world doesn't account for that. The rest of the world. Okay? So don't sit here and tell me that China is communist. Because they're not. There is no fucking way. And again, their trade doesn't allow for them to be, because they're being douchebaggy assholes lately. And trust me, they're having natural resource problems too. And they are one of the highest carbon polluters. I think they're the highest, actually, right? I think. Because they don't do anything about pollution. They're one of those countries, I think, right? Or maybe they do less. I can't remember what the other 3 countries were. Weren't we like one of the only 3 countries when Trump didn't sign the Paris Peace Accord? I can't remember what the other ones were. I don't know that China was one of them. But I think they have a lot less restriction. I mean, the point is they just have so fucking much people jammed into one area. The point is they just... It's so hard to do anything about that. So this is why it doesn't work. That's the point. It doesn't work. The communist society will never work. You can't do it. Because the point is you can't fairly actually, like, until you can somehow... Again, we were almost, like, we were getting to that point where we're pushing for more stuff that is self-sustainment, not fossil fuel heavy, but green and stuff like that, like renewable energy and stuff. Now you get closer, but we don't even have these technologies yet. So the whole point is, even if you would want to do this, the whole point is you can't, because our resources are finite. That's why we know it'll never work. The science tells us you can't possibly use the Earth. It will kill you. Eventually, what's going to happen is you're going to start taking too much. The planet fights back. You cause some big fucking eruption or something like that. This is what happens. Okay? So whether it be a giant asteroid that we figure out how to laser, and zap, which we should have fucking done 1,000,000 times already. We have laser technology. Why the fuck can't we vaporize a fucking asteroid, for Christ's sake? Who cares if that gets vaporized? I don't care once it happens closer to the planet. Then you gotta worry about what happens to it. But if it's far enough away, why the fuck don't we have the technology to vaporize an asteroid? That's fucking ridiculous, in my opinion. Okay? That's what we should be fucking working on. But, the point is, regardless of what happens to civilization, the point is to offset it. The point is to do everything you possibly can to prove to creator or whoever you want to prove it to, yourself maybe, that we deserve it. Otherwise you don't. You don't just take from the planet. That's the point. Life should teach you this. If you don't take and give back tenfold, you're not doing it right. or at least twice what you took, 2 to 3 times what you took. You have to be able to give back more than what you take. That's how it works. And that's not what you do with fossil fuels. With oil. That is finite. Okay? This got us started. Now you're polluting the air. Now you're raising the temperatures. Now, that blanket that sits over our planet, that nice big glow that you see in those movies where they catch the shot of the planet, this big glow, that is a giant hole in it. And it's getting bigger, and bigger, and bigger, and bigger. And all that does is cause this little thing that you heard when you were younger called a greenhouse effect. You know how a greenhouse works? That's why it's called that. Where basically this hole acts like a greenhouse. Where the sun goes in and the UV rays are just now trapped. And the fucking planet just becomes a very hot pain in the ass. Where this shit's not normally going to get in because there's a nice ozone layer blanket that we have now destroyed. So, the whole point is, do you want Elon Musk, the guy who's blatantly irresponsible with this tech, to be the one that fucks around with the ozone layer and develops the technology? I sure as hell don't. I want smart, responsible, competent people doing that. I don't want him. Because he's going to fuck it up. He would destroy the planet. Because that ozone layer is gone. If he fucks that up and like scorches the sky, which you can do, we know this can happen. It's a concept we know can happen. And you can do it and just permanently scorch the ozone. It'd be like it's sort of like burning it, basically. It would be like storms, ash, fire, rock for centuries in the sky. And the ozone wouldn't even exist. And it probably wouldn't even ever happen again. The Earth can't just create its new ozone layer. It would have to go through an ice age. It has to do that. It would have to. It would have to massively cool itself to change its environment. Because you have fucked it all up. That's it. It's as basic as science gets. It's as basic as it gets. You know what? I mean, like if it's really hot outside, you know what I mean? And it's blisteringly hot, and you go inside, and you just have a fan on, and it's all humid and shit like that. It ain't enough, right? You need the AC, right? Yeah, so it ain't anything any different. Like, how do you guys act all surprised by this when you experience it in everyday life, and then you resist the fact and science of global warming? Are you kidding me? No. No, the whole point is that the people that are alive long enough and old enough to have experienced normal climate-like temperatures are alive long enough to start telling you about it. And trust me, it wasn't like this. Like, it was once in a while, but once in a while. You know, you don't have radical shit all the time. It was more predictable. So anyway, as far as this is concerned, you guys know what I'm gonna say. I mean, like, you can clearly see that we have basically the same view counts that we've had for quite some time. Some of the stuff that I wanted to get into with you, though, hold on. Does a pretty good job of that. Okay. So, oh, geez, look at that hair. Oh my god. Okay. This thumbnail is oh, this thumbnail. Uh, some of my thumbnails. Okay, so, some of the stuff that I feel like YouTube should have promoted and was before it got scammed was some of the cooking stuff on my channel that I've showed you guys and tried to show you before, where we did filet mignon and whatnot, and you know, like stuff like this where I had like a short of playing an 8-ounce filet and it just gained 8,500 views first couple hours, but then halts view progress, doesn't really gain any more views after that. Really sort of strange. But yeah, that one has like 8,500. So like, my point is, if it gains that many, why doesn't it proceed to gain, like, you know, like some more and stuff like that over the course of however long it's been out? You know, again, it's 2 years. So like the first hour it gets that, and then just for 2 years, just a whole lot of nothing. 0.2, I think it was like maybe like 8.3 or something. You know, it was like 0.2. And come on. This, what? That doesn't make any sense. The first hour and then just 2 more years, 0.2. What? Huh? What? So, here's one where I wanted to show you guys. I actually gave you an entire burger recipe that I made. I didn't copy it from anything, so feel free to, you know, just use it if you want it. It's one that I just completely made up for you guys, and they didn't promote it. Like, I did that for you guys. Like, and I thought it was really good. Here it is. As you can see, like, we actually had like a whole thing where we showed you how to do it. About the burger patty itself, and then cooking it. So I am gonna eat it, but like, waiting for the chat to load to close it. I can't close the fucking chat until it loads. So this is why this is here. Recipe I kind of came up with on my own, free of charge today. So it's gonna be homemade here. We're gonna start with a finally about a, you know, like just whatever, you know, however much meat you want to make for your patties. Sure. I even let them reverse the camera on this one so that it would hide the, like, so that, you know, they can't bitch about the brands, and it would flip it around. Because, you know, you guys know, just to let you know, YouTube does this. Anybody that wants to know that who's flipping your cameras around, it's YouTube. Like, Google is literally spying on you. They're allowing the government to do this. And this causes, like, anybody, like, literally anybody that's happening with, it's pretty much everybody, you will just, it will permanently break your camera. They can't do anything about it. This is the thing that they were trying to fix for freaking ever, that they were doing to me. And I was like trying to show you guys they were doing it, and they were trying to fix it, and they could never fix it. It just breaks your camera. So I'm just letting you know, it's through Google. It's literally because, again, you give permissions to the YouTube app to always access your camera and stuff. And again, you don't, some of you don't, but they'll lie and say that. And so that's what's happening there. So again, just throwing that out there for anybody whose camera is broken and you're wondering why. Literally it's the US government is spying on you through Google, and it causes the front camera of your device to flip around by mistake because it's showing it to them correctly but to you incorrectly. You understand what I'm saying? So they, like, that's the point. They flip it around, and it flips it around for you, because that's the point. It's the front. You get what I'm saying? It's just they don't know. They're stupid. So they don't know anything about how to fix it, and that it's a mistake where any IT person would probably be able to, like people that fix things like this. But that's why it's like basically obvious an amateur is doing it, because it's something that's like, developer would fix this in seconds, So that's it's like it's blatantly obvious. You can see it happening from there. So, and I've confirmed this because again, when you get a new device, you get a new phone, your new phone doesn't automatically just have the camera flipped around. Why would it do that? It's just going to take a normal picture. Why would it just flip it around? Doesn't make any sense. So that, again, it's them doing it. So I'm just throwing that out there. But yeah, I did that for them to leave it flipped around so that they can't bitch about the brands and stuff. So that was the whole point, and I did this, and we had a halt in the view progress. This has 54 views. And it doesn't even make any sense. Like it's got 7 likes. So like the point is, it doesn't even make any sense. Like that seems like a little bit of a high like ratio for only 54 views. Like I feel like, again, plenty of people watched this. I know it had hundreds on it when initially I released it, and then those came off like we always see. This was very good. It was extremely good. I was genuinely surprised at how good it came out. But this was a burger recipe that I legitimately just gave right to you guys and showed you, as you can see clearly, how to do it right here on stream, so that you'd be able to do it if you'd follow along. So I just that's worth more than 54 views, and man, like, it's good. It was good too. Like, it's a burger recipe, man. Some you could just be like, oh, it's my famous, like that's the whole point. You just say it's a famous this and that, and make a restaurant, and who the hell cares? I certainly don't give a shit. I don't care. Just don't try to patent it or something, like it's clearly mine, But, like the whole point is, I don't care. You want to take it and use it as a menu item or something because it's fucking good, do it. It'd probably sell like crazy. It was that good. But the point is, I show you how to do it. It was a good video. I thought it was a good video. Definitely deserved more than 54 views. And as you can see, I'm even showing you how to make the patties and everything. 54 views. Okay. So I'm gonna let you know something too, for people that don't know what the fuck they're talking about, that jump to conclusions all the time about everything. I'm gonna tell you one thing, okay? For nobody that can try this themselves, because again, all you'd have to do is take your own fucking phone camera and hold it over a coil on a stove to know this happens. But for those who jump to conclusions about everything, the coils on my stove are not fucking purple. There's no weird thing or anything like that. Conduction, vection, whatever heat you want to say. This is completely normal. That is red. It just looks like that because of the fucking camera. Okay? So I cannot express enough that if you jump to conclusions about everything, again, That does not look like that normally, okay? The camera just does it. It's not the filter. It's not, like, again, I'll take the filter off and it'll still fucking do it, okay? So just shut the fuck up already. And like this is people. This is what people do. This is their problem, okay? They're so judgmental and won't try something, won't look at something, won't even do something because this one thing, and then it's wrong. Oh, so then now that it's wrong, now they'll look for something else. They'll sit here and waste time looking. They'll be like, all right, now I'm gonna wait for something else to happen and pick that and dislike that and use that as a reason to be an asshole for this thing. This is what people do. And they are the ones that are giving products and branding and stuff a bad name. Where normally people aren't doing this and being this radical. But there are a decent number of entitled people that you know, they have always had what they needed in life and stuff like that. So therefore, they act like this. And so that's the point. That's the fucking problem. Where, again, they would never try this. And originally it's because the fucking purple coil. You know? But now they're going to sit here and wait for some other reason. They're going to, now that it's not purple, now, you know, oh, now you're steaming the burgers or something dumb like that. Where they again, they don't know anything about what they're fucking talking about, but you know, they're just saying this shit. Yeah. Yep, the heat inside a lid is also called steam. Very good. Like, I just, like, are you, like, what? It steams it, guys. No, steaming something is when you literally have water underneath, you have a strainer, and then you put the thing on top of a strainer, and there's water steaming it. That's fucking steaming. Okay? Putting a lid on something and using the natural steam and all the heat that's in there is called fucking cooking it on a goddamn pan with a lid. But, you know everything. And you're never going to try this because, again, that first thing, but now that second thing. Oh, and now that it's not the second thing, now it'll be something else. Now you'll look for something else. That's a huge fucking problem. There's people like this. There's a lot of people like this. And the point is, they give, you know, again, some of the folks that do that for a living, that are good at it, that are good at critiquing, a bad name, actually. Because they're not actually the ones doing that. You have to understand, it's the little fan bases that think they know how to do it, but they don't. And all they're doing is being assholes. And shitting on products. So, you know, we salted and everything. That's me salting. Oh, guys, I put a lid. Ah, fuck. Oh my god. It's like, wait a minute. So, do you leave the oven open when you, like, when you cook something in the oven, do you leave the oven open too? Yeah, like it's almost like people think lids don't exist for a reason, and then we'll use some excuse, you know, to why a lid is bad for somebody else to use it, because you know they didn't come up with this genius thing, you know, or something like that. It's really incredible. Look how good they look. Look how good they look. Oh, but here's the thing. If a cute little Asian person presented it to this rich person, well, then they can't deny it. Yep, when it comes in this adorable like Asian package, you know, and you know, like they hire them to do it and stuff like that, and then they do the same thing, well, then they'll receive it well. Then they'll be like, "Oh, well, the really educated, you know, adorable Asian or whatever, this is how they act." This is how people act. This is the truth. And then you wonder who's killing American culture. I don't. That's the point. And then like these same people won't watch any American chefs. They'll hate them. They'll watch like they'll start eating non-stop foreign food forever. Yeah. And then like this starts the process. And then they start changing too. They start acting different. Yeah. So like this is the fucking point. And they're treating you differently because you're white. You're doing this and you have a good fucking idea, but you're the white guy doing it, not the Asian. So you always get treated differently, and you always have been. And you always will be, because you're not the Asian. You're the white one. So, you know, you're not as smart and don't have as much to offer. You're not as disciplined. We won't believe, you know, that it's good. It's true. I've seen this. I've seen this. And it's this culture where like some very, very entitled Americans are just very willing to be receiving of anything Asian culture or something like that, just because you know, it's always this way. It's always, you know, it's never failed them or something. You know, okay. But you've also always done this too, the thing that I'm clearly pointing out, where you've done this with American people. You'll give the Asians endless, you know, oh, maybe it's not as good as last time or something like that, and you'll give them another chance, but the American, nope. So this is what I see, and I see this in culture. I see people acting this way. People do this. It's not just one fucking person. It's people. No, I see people doing this. This is a universal sort of thing that's happening with people. Where just because, you know, it comes from this culture, again, it's not American. Because Americans always failed them. So they're starting to trust this country for this thing, and this country for this thing, and this country for this thing. Yeah. But if you've always also done the thing where you treat Americans that way, how do you know you're not doing that? Because I've seen it firsthand. I was always certainly treated that way. So when I see that firsthand, and it's actually happened firsthand, I can actually compare it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's kind of funny. And you know, I can compare, and I do have the point of comparison there, unfortunately, where people just act like that, and they change who they are. You know, like who they are. You know, again, it's the same folks where, you know, like you're gonna for X amount of time not go see Tom Cruise movies and shit like that because you don't fucking like Tom Cruise now and stuff like that. And then just for X amount of time, and then when now he's in the safe zone again and people like him again and he's worked for that again, now you want to jump on the you love Tom Cruise ship, and I've always been on the ship. I tried to get you on it, but way back you wouldn't even go see this movie and this movie, especially Mission Impossible movies as they were coming out, and I wanted to see them because, you know, he's a Scientologist. It was literally the reason, and they literally wouldn't do it. And it, like I'm talking about actual real people that treated me this way. And the point is, this is exactly, they do it with this shit too. This is exactly how they're the same people that did this, where they will always let, again, some disciplined, somebody that they know, they've always trusted it from some Asian package. So again, an Asian wants to cook for them or something like that. They will trust it. They'll teach them things, they'll work with them, but the white guy that they've known for so long, they trust with all these things and stuff like that, they won't then again trust with that thing, but, you know, they'll trust him with something else, you know. But, you know, if he wants to go see a movie, Tom Cruise, blah, 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 you're never going to do this, but later on, you're going to pretend like you didn't do this, and now, not only are you going to pretend to not do this, but you're going to pick other things from the past where you have selective memory and try to get me to actually agree with this. Where you don't fucking remember a goddamn thing about how these interactions happened. You have ADD, you have Tourette's, you have always had these problems. I don't. I very clearly remember how situations and things happened. And even at the time, was irritated that this person was trying to change it and make it a different narrative. And this is the point. The point is, this is how people are. They will always treat you this way. They will never give you, again, endlessly this person would fucking bend over backwards and shit like that for the Asians and stuff like that. But the white guy, no. Nope. Not the white guy. He's okay. Yeah. You're not gonna trust that. You're not gonna boast that. You're not gonna help that. You're not gonna. But the Asians. So the point is that this affects that culture, and then they notice this too. They notice it. And they don't particularly like it. Nope, not one bit. Because it puts them in the middle. And you shouldn't do that. It's incredibly racist to begin with. The point is, I'm pointing out how racist people are being. Like, just naturally racist and prejudiced against their own people. Because they are. I mean, again, I'm just pointing out the fact that these exact same people I've always known treated other Americans this way. Again, we're not going to go see a Tom Cruise movie just because Tom Cruise is a Scientologist, and this is how we're going to treat him for X amount of time. Now that everybody loves Tom Cruise again, now we're going to act like that never happened, and like he's our best friend, and we're going to pretend like, you know, that we don't even remember you talking about that, and blah, 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 yada, 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 yada. And meanwhile, I'm the guy that had to go and find somebody else to go see particular movies with, so therefore I remember clearly it happening because I was the one that had to do that. You didn't. To you it was nothing. You just went, oh, that's significant. I don't give a shit. I'm not going to go see that. But meanwhile, I was the one, well, alright, this is the person I was planning on going with. Who would want to see a Mission Impossible movie? Like, where, like, I have to think about who I would want to take that has seen them up to that point, cares enough about it. You know, like that sort of thing where, like, I'm up to maybe Ghost Protocol or something like that. That's just coming out. I want to take somebody, but it's like, kind of want it to be somebody that knows about the franchise, that's seen them all. You know, like, it's that sort of thing. So, you know, oh, yeah. Yep. And same douchebags that you wait to see James Bond with this person. Only this person, because that's the type of movies that you watch. You know, they're really into James Bond, right? And meanwhile, they didn't like how the Daniel Craig Bond movies ended. But maybe you do. And they don't care. They're just going to ruin it for you and tell you how it ends because they didn't like it. And that's exactly what they did for me. These people aren't friends. They're narcissistic assholes. They have you for a reason. They have you around for a reason. They're not your friends. Okay? So I'm just warning you that there's people like that. And I'm starting to catch on. Okay? And I don't know, this is kind of the point. Where you know, this is how Americans are. You know, like, it's just about looking good and being popular and stuff like that, and not being a friend. They don't give a flying fuck about what you think, about how you feel. They don't care at all. Otherwise, they would have ate your food. Instead of endlessly trusting Asians while rejecting the white guy that's always been good at cooking. Because everybody else has always known that I'm good at that. Like, I have friends that they know it. Anybody I've cooked for that knows it, trust me, they know it. They're like, oh yeah. Trust me. Trust me. They're like, yep. In fact, I've had people tell me that they actually, they've never had a steak. Like, when I make them a steak, they can't really get it as good anywhere else. They still can't. When I made a mistake, it's the best one they've had. They can't get it anywhere else. They don't know how I do it. Anyway, the point is, people will reject you. And while people reject you, they want to look like they're not. They want to look, they just want to look like, oh, it's okay to do that. It's okay to just reject people and you know, cast them aside at various times and shit like this. It's okay to do these things. So the point is that you know, throughout the channel and throughout the stuff that I've done, I actually have quite a lot of friends and people that I know that could have been supportive and could have helped me out. And I've actually had friends that agreed to do content with me, and then as soon as I go to contact them, they ghost you, they don't answer, they just fucking lie and make shit up. Completely fake people. Yeah. You know, and like that's sort of the point. And you know, like the same people that, you know, they'll lie and be like, you know, I have to do this or just make something up and shit like that. But meanwhile, you know, they're posting that they're doing this random, you know, they're posting their cat videos or something, like they're just doing nothing basically. Like they're literally just sitting there posting like they're doing nothing, all while you need help with something. Yeah, you need support, you need help with something. That's not a fucking friend. That's somebody that enjoys watching you need help and asking for it and then not giving it. That's what that's what that part, like, again, it's a bunch of people that enjoy watching you struggle. And that's what I've started to notice about Americans is like, it's almost as if people like watching other Americans struggle. So this is what you got to realize about this, okay? And I promise this is good. Like, I actually think it's a really good burger recipe. I was trying to give you guys something good. I'm not one of those people. It's not, you know, like a recipe. It's gonna taste like shit or anything like that. I clearly made 3 patties right there. Okay? And I think I even ate it in front of you. And I've made this since, and it was good. Okay? And you can see what I put in it, alright? I mean, it's not all that hard. It's not all that different from something that you probably would normally find. Maybe the portions and ingredients might be something different or stuff, but like the whole point is I put that together based on my knowledge of how burgers taste and stuff like that. So, you know, I mean, it's just going to be what you'd expect in there. But, you know, what I would put in and put together for you. So this is very basic. I don't put, like, onions, and I don't do that stuff. So this will be a recipe where you could add that. You could add onions or whatever very easily to this. But that's what I left out. This will include nothing like that. It'll just be the base meat pate. And seasoning, obviously, like the seasoning for the pate. But that's it. It's just no extra veggies or anything. So the whole point is you can add whatever the hell you want. Mushrooms, onions, whatever you want to put in that pate. That was the whole point. I completely made it from scratch. And that I mean, that looks pretty good. I remember though, it was really good.
It's a good recipe. I highly recommend you try it.
There is ketchup on my face, like right there. That's not like that's pretty genuine right there. Like that's like I'm actually genuinely surprised at how good this turned out. And that's a genuine reaction right there. That's like I actually am happy. I'm like, fuck, this is actually really good. I hope this, you know, gets a lot of views and shit, because that's that response. Like, I couldn't believe how good it actually was. That's why my head went down, like it was actually that fucking good.
Wow. What?
I mean, I'll be honest with you. That's pretty perfect. Because it's not overcooked at all. It's a thick burger. And not only that, you can also tell that the bottom bun's not soggy with grease. It's just a little flat because I've been pressing on it because I'm eating it. Like flat out, that is perfection. It really don't get any better than that, except if you want to toast the buns. I didn't toast my buns, but if you want to toast them, that's fine. My thing is just that you can clearly see no grease oozing out of it. It's not super greasy, but clearly has enough moisture to it that you can see it. You can still see moisture. Trust me, it really was very good. I can actually remember how it tasted. It was very fucking good.
Like ground beef, like beef in general, like this is only going to look so juicy if you properly drain the grease and stop dripping in grease.
There it is. I even told you that. I even gave it to you. I was like, look, you're just gonna drain it. Like, it's not.
So yeah, the bun not soggy and everything. Like it might be matted down for me, like grabbing it.
Yeah, I'm even saying it in the video. That's funny.
I'm making it myself, but it's not like soggy.
You can tell it's not soggy. Like there's like the bun's holding together. It would be like falling apart if it was soggy. The bun's holding together. It would be falling apart if there was like grease and shit. No, that's actually surprising. I'm actually kind of even again surprised. Like that was uncannily really good. Uncannily.
That's the exact reason why. If you're
It's not a
sandwich
word.
in the fast food industry,
But you know what I mean.
all over it. A lot of the time, it's because when they wrapped it really quickly, they took their thumbs and they pressed it into the.
Oh yeah, I'm talking about wrapping burgers and not squeezing it. I'm telling everybody that wraps at every fast food ever, stop pressing the burgers. Oh, I even showed you. See, this is probably why they didn't do this. I showed you. Look, I can show you how to do this. This is not something some secret thing that a certain restaurant taught me. I actually learned this. I learned at Subway. This is what most fast food places try to pretend like they patent these things and so. No. Subway does the same fucking thing. Put it on the middle and you pull up. It's always the corner. Anybody at any place where you're not doing it right, you're doing it not right because you're not grabbing from the corner. You're trying to grab from the flat side. Always in the middle, and then the corner. And then the corner goes, you fold it half. The thing goes in the middle though, even for a sub. It goes in the middle, you fold the corner over. If it's a sub, it's a little bit trickier. You have to get used to it. But the idea is you fold the whole corner over, then the sides, and then as you roll it, you're rolling it over those sides you fold in. So they just stay there. Same thing with a burger. When you fold up the corner, the whole point is now instead of you folding from a flat side, you're folding up the corner so it just stays shut instead of you trying to fold it from the flat sides. It's almost like nobody ever put something in the microwave in a paper towel. I swear to God, it's almost like that. Because if you did, I would know that you followed the instructions, because a lot of instructions for frozen food says that. So I just, like, that's the point. It's like, it's almost like people have never done that. So either they're not following the instructions, or they always live above that standard where they don't have to eat that way and have never had to eat that way. So, they're better. So anyway, yeah, the CEO, yeah, I know who all you're thinking about right now. So
every time assemble the sandwich upside down.
this is what they do.
And so literally every time they do this, they're just pressing their thumbs if they don't actively know that's what's causing it. And then they slide it up for the next person. But they're just so quick about it, they don't think. They're just pressing their thumbs into it, and then the ketchup.
If you see how I was holding it there with my thumbs up, like, you don't even think about it. You roll it over and you want to tightly wrap it because, it's nice and tight. It looks really good when you wrap it like that. It's not how you want to do it. It's actually not how you want to do it. There'll be ketchup all over the inside of that and stuff. It should be, like, again, just like, you don't hold a tool too tightly in your hand. You want a little bit of give so you can use the tool. It's the same thing. Same concept. You wrap the burger too tightly, the ketchup's going to go everywhere and not have a little bit of give to it. Again, you're just pushing on the bun.
See how I didn't? And there's very minimal. See what I mean?
I even unwrapped it and showed you that it would look fine. That should show you all you need to know about that. That's why that happens. I even unwrapped it to show you it would look fine.
What's causing it? And then they slide it up for the next person. But they're just so quick about it, they don't think. They're just pressing.
There's a little bit of ketchup on there. But that's because if you notice when I unwrapped it, there's some ketchup on the side, like sort of kind of coming out. So that's not like me doing that. It's just there's a little bit more ketchup because I wanted a little bit more. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a little bit more ketchup. That's all. It's not everywhere. That's the important thing.
See how I didn't? And there's very minimal.
That's every time you're at an establishment where you're getting a burger that's wrapped and there's ketchup. I promise that's all they're doing. They are I've seen it too many times. It's literally all they're doing. I promise. Because the moment that I stopped doing that, my sandwiches never, you know what I mean? I didn't have to worry about that anymore. I learned how to not do that. So like that was the whole point, was like, and just like you can see here, there's no ketchup. So why can I do that right? And by the way, the big arch, I was right. That's Big Mac sauce, right? I was right, wasn't I? It's Big Mac sauce, isn't it? Isn't it fucking Big Mac sauce? I was right, wasn't I? They're putting Big Mac sauce on it, aren't they? So this is why you're not getting any sauce then. The Big Mac sauce that uses a smaller patty. The Big Mac is not using quarter pounders. It's using the same patties as the McDoubles. So it's the amount of sauce. And then you get shredded lettuce on there, it spreads it out. It's just a small patty. That's why. So it's the amount of sauce for that smaller patty. And they're probably supposed to click it twice, and they're not. 2 or 3 times. Because that thing, when you click it, it goes... It's a click. And it dispenses a certain amount, and it's like real little. It's just like when they do the fries. If you ever see anybody do the fries, and they're shaking it, they're doing it wrong. They have a fry dispenser where all you do is turn it upside down and move it. You do not shake it. You turn it upside down once and do this. That's it. And you put it down, and then you do this. It is a predetermined amount of salt, and nobody does it right. Every person you see doing fries, they're like, duh! That's why your fries have too much salt on them. Because, again, there's a weight in there. You turn it upside down, it's a predetermined amount, the weight stops it. It's that simple. It's literally that basic. All you gotta do is look behind the counter and see the little fucking salt dispenser that's sitting there that they use. So the whole point is, there's obviously supposed to be, for the calories and stuff, like it has to add up. Okay? So why are you adding calories and shit? This is the point to, like, you know, greasy stuff and extra sauce and stuff. Like, this is the point. Like, don't add calories. So, anyway, as far as like the undercooked stuff, I said that already. I already said why that's happening. You guys don't need me to tell you that. That's easy. That is very easy to fix. But again, when you guys can see me clearly making a burger that looks like a man's fucking burger, specifically certain people that make me crack up when they say that's how a man takes a bite of a... I lost my shit. I was laughing, so I think I paused it. I think I paused it just to laugh. I was laughing so hard. 'Cause it's true. It's so true. It's so fucking true. So yeah, those are my man bites. Yeah. But as you can see, that is one patty. That is a very thick patty, so it's probably the equivalent of a double patty. Double or a triple patty. The CEO of McDonald's will be jealous of what specifically, my bites. Be jealous of my bites or the sandwich, both. Maybe a little bit of both, cause the golden arch can't touch that. That singularly looks far more appetizing than the golden arch. Look, there's a reason why I've been commenting on a certain person's channel, Five Guys. For those that know. Yeah, both. I want him to eat Five Guys. Does he have a Five Guys near him? I want him to eat Five Guys. It is probably the best fast food burger place out there. Probably the best. They're one of the only places actually doing it right. One of. Because everything's cooked to order. It's all fresh. Every time. Their fries are made there. They get bags of potatoes and make the fries. I swear to God. Yep. I don't know if the meat is frozen, I'll be honest. I don't know that. But I don't know that it is. It probably is, but they're still doing a normal grilling process like Wendy's does. Wendy's has a burger flipping process. They do that too. Versus McDonald's, Burger King, a lot of places like that have a grilled clam that's just a predetermined. They hit a button and it goes do 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 do. Yep, that's right. They don't even flip your burgers and they're fucking not even cooking the meat. Yep, how many Golden Arch burgers do you guys see the reviews? And McDonald's gets reviews. Burger King doesn't have problems with this. Yet, how many bad reviews does McDonald's get where it's just undercooked meat? Do you know why? Because it's the management. Like again, instead of dealing with the real why, the manager asks the manager in the kitchen why they're waiting on meat instead of managing, and it creates the situation where everybody's angry at each other instead of helping. Oh, you needed more support. Like the kitchen's getting backed up and you can't keep up with it. Oh, that guy that you always put on the second side, that's always on the second side, that has Asperger's and insults everybody. Oh, that's right. He can't actually keep up with it, and he does that side every single day. Oh, that's right. Mismanagement. Oh. So the point is, the people at McDonald's that take advantage of the system and do a poor job, they always will. And the people that are at the good stores that take advantage of the good system because it's good, do well. And then their store capitalizes and does really well, and everybody's like, oh, McDonald's is amazing. And in other stores, the store's always fucking trash. That's why. It's a franchise. It's up to the owner. And half the time, the corporate store is the one that's better, because it's a corporate store. You own 30 McDonald's, you need to get capped. Especially when you're not doing it right. Yeah. One person. And then let me remind you that one store that's a high volume store could pull in between $2 and $3 million a year. And this guy owns 30 stores and he ain't doing it right. So this is what's happening to the McDonald's brand, where they are not going in and doing much of anything to pressure the owners to fix their problems. The owners are the problems, because it ain't the corporate. Like, again, I'll admit that one corporate employee is a douchebag and didn't listen to me. But that's the rational. You have to rationalize that is that one guy that's a douchebag that didn't listen. That assumed the district manager. Again, I even told him. I already told him this. I can't roll my eyes hard enough. The guy that says, "Did you tell the dirt?" No, I just came straight to you. Went right over their heads like an asshole. Yep. Like, people are fucking assholes. They really are. People just immediately assume that and here's the thing. What you have to realize about that is that's a defense where he can use that as a scam. So he doesn't have to take anything seriously. He doesn't have to do his job. He'll literally just endlessly do fucking nothing while people report things to him. Terrible. So, Anyway, I can clearly make a good burger. I know what the fuck I'm doing. Clearly. So, there you go. You want a burger? Go make it your damn self. And the pate, you can refrigerate for, you know, a day or so. So, you get a couple days worth of burgers. You could freeze it if you wanted to. I wouldn't recommend it. You can. But, you know, a day or two. Don't keep it in the fridge longer than that. Do not keep ground beef in your fridge longer than... Just don't, okay? It's like... Oh, jeez. I'm not even gonna go into it. I won't even go into that. I just... Some people, what they put in their fucking fridge. I don't... And then likewise, those same people are the people that they leave an entire fucking bottle of mustard sitting out. Do you ever know that? Do you ever notice that? Like ketchup, okay. Ketchup, that's not gonna really... I mean, that's just gonna kill you no matter what you do, okay? But it's not gonna go bad if you leave it out. However, just leaving mustard out, not refrigerating it. Again, the consistency of mustard is different than ketchup, okay? There's some different things in mustard than in ketchup. It becomes runny, and it separates. You cannot leave fucking mustard out on the table. It will change its entire consistency, and people won't like it. It'll taste like fucking shit. You'll have to shake it, it'll be all runny still, and then, you know, you use it as a topping, and it'll still start to run. Because you fucking left it out. Why as Americans do we do these things? You go to a restaurant, there's ketchup and mustard sitting on the fucking table. Why? So that the person can become immediately pissed off when it's empty or disgusting or sticky? If they order for it, if they order a burger, bring them fucking ketchup and mustard. Don't put it on every table. It's a waste of resources. Now the people have to clean it, they gotta fill it. And you're not doing that. It's the same concept that every owner gets wrong when they have a restaurant, and Gordon goes in and tells them this, basically the same stuff that he just says every time, where people are just dumb. Less is more. Fresh is better. Fresh is the only way. But less is more. And you should build your restaurant based on what you have in the area, not force food that people don't want. So again, you got an area that's capitalizing on seafood and you don't even go seafood. Do you have any fucking clue the gold mine you're sitting on? Because I have the gold mine. Excuse me, I said mind, didn't I? Mine. People like seafood, like crab legs and stuff, that is gold. That is like the holy grail, the gold mine of the food industry. If you have good crab legs or shrimp or whatever, oh, trust me. People vacation there just to... Trust me. Okay? And you're not doing it? And you can get this shit delivered? Oh. Whew. Oh, that's an extra special person that's getting that wrong. And they're trying to, they got 200, 300 things on their menu that they can't cook right. Yet they can get fresh local delivery of king crab legs. Fuck. You could just sell that. You could just do... Oh my god, imagine if you could get cod on top of it. You could do fish and chips and shit. Are you kidding me? And then you're not doing it? It's game over then. It's like a place that spends a shitload of money getting the liquor license or whatever they need for that. But there's fucking 10 bars in a 3-mile radius. No. What are you, stupid? This was really good, by the way. This was really good. I really was surprised. I ate the second one, didn't I? Oh, I didn't eat it on stream. I think I finished before eating it with you guys. I ate that one. No question. That's weird. It's weird I didn't. Maybe I was running out of battery or something. Those were big freaking burgers, man. They were. Look at this though. Like, oh look, you see me put ketchup on it even. By the way, restaurants that want ketchup, that's the only ketchup. By the way, just to let you know. I'm just letting y'all know.
Ketchup.
Restaurants that want ketchup, this is the only ketchup. There is one ketchup. There is no other ketchup brand. You don't need any other brand. This is it. Okay. And for the love of Christ, please, please, please give us the glass bottles back. Because I am not an idiot. I don't hit the bottom and expect it to not all just eventually come flying out of there in a few seconds because it's bottlenecked. I'm not an idiot, okay? I understand how physics works, okay? I can shake the bottle slightly back and forth and use a glass bottle. So please, for the love of God, please bring the glass bottles back, because this is why they got rid of them. People became so dumb. I swear to God, like, this was everybody's problem with it. They switched to plastic, and they pushed not to do this because plastic, again, glass, it's just better. Tastes better. There's no byproduct. You don't have to, like, put it through a grading system to make sure there's no chemical left behind from making it. It's just glass. Okay? Yep. So nothing's happening. You can actually have a good product in there. Nothing's gonna happen to it just because the sun hits it or temperature hits it or something. Nope. Nothing. So people were so dumb, and I would see this all the time. They're hitting the end of it and stuff like that. They're going like this, trying to. Man, these things could be plastic so you could squeeze them. Remember, people were saying that all the time, and I couldn't face palm enough. I couldn't roll my eyes hard enough. Even at the time, I was resistant to it. I'm like, how do you not understand? And anybody I came in contact with, I'd just say, give me the bottle. Give me the bottle. Like, I try not to be rude. I would just say, stop what you're doing. Give me the bottle. And they would, sometimes. And I'd just take the bottle, and I'd literally just take the cap off, and I would just start doing this. No lie. It's literally that simple. You just literally get the ketchup sideways in the bottle, horizontal, and then very slowly tip it and start shaking it back and forth. Oh, and like a miracle, it'll just start coming oozing out. And not only that, you can brace the lip of the thing against a hot dog or whatever you're doing and very slightly slide the sauce out of it like you're supposed to, and then just go, whoop. And that's it. And it's like magic. And that's what would happen. Like every time I would do that, and I swear that people have Alzheimer's with it too. Like you'd show them that and they just forget it, because the point is the muscle memory, it's ingrained. They will do this wrong for the rest of their lives, and they will forget that you showed them because they have done it wrong. They'll hit the bottom, the stupid thing, you know. They won't. It's physics. It's basic physics, but they'll still sit there and just jerk off the air for no reason. You know what I mean? And meanwhile, all they gotta do is, I guess that kind of looks like the same motion, doesn't it? But you know, the whole point is it's not an up down motion. It's a side to side motion. It's a very it's like a swing. You know, again, you're getting the stuff inside to ooze. It's an oozing sort of. It's not a liquid. It won't. Ketchup's not. It's not a liquid. It's an ooze. It's a scum. You know. So you can't just turn it. It'll bottleneck. Okay, and then one time a little tiny bit of fluid leaks through when you go like this really hard, and the rest of it gets yanked with it. Okay, because it is very close to liquid, but it's not really truly liquid like water is. Okay, so the whole point is, yeah, if air can't get through there, and you're plugging that hole, it ain't coming out because it's not really liquid. It's like it's like a scum, like an ooze. So air ain't getting in. Okay? So you have to get it sideways and let air get past the stuff that's coming out. Otherwise, it clogs the hole. I mean, it's the same thing that you do where, like, again, I came on here and expertly told everybody, stop buying fucking kitchen trash cans. Stop doing it. Go buy a laundry hamper. Because they're infinitely better. They're cheaper, first of all, a lot of times. They're bigger. You can get a contractor bag in there. You get a whole contractor bag in a laundry hamper. It's a more effective trash can. Because, why? How many times are you sitting there and they didn't design this thing right, and you're trying to pull the fucking bag out of it, and the whole trash can's coming with it, literally just because they can't put holes around this thing? Why the fuck wouldn't you put holes around the... What? Get a laundry hamper. You'll pull it right the fuck out because there's holes and there's air getting under the bag. It's not pulling the entire thing with it because, again, air is getting under it, so therefore the bag can come out because air is passing through. It's not just through friction pulling the trash can with it, because that's friction. So, yeah, you ain't getting air through there, you're getting friction, you know? I mean, that's matter on matter, you know? So, and then likewise with the friction of when you finally do get the air through and it yanks the rest of the that is a perfect example of friction still working. Just, oh boy, you didn't realize quite how it worked, did you? So it's education, it's basic physics where people aren't understanding these things. Hey, I have a message to this ketchup brand too. Can we A, get the glass bottles back, and B, can you please stop making these bottles? These are fucking shit. Your ketchup is amazing, I hate this bottle. I hate it. I can't stand it. It's shit. You call it a cap that's no mess? That is the messiest cap I have ever used. You think it's no mess? It's more mess. More surface area equals less mess? How do you figure? No, there's more cap there for more shit to get on said cap. What? No. I'm sorry. This is another thing where the consumers don't give you valid feedback. They loved it because they don't understand what it could be. Please go back to a thin neck. The bottle's fine. Please go back to a thin neck. I can't stand this shit. Or glass bottle. It's just bad. It's bad. Too much ketchup comes out. I don't like it at all. And then you don't even have a smaller ketchup bottle. Like, I want to buy a smaller ketchup bottle. And then the smaller one has the oh, for the love of God. Please just stop making these. I hate it. They have these ketchup bottles where literally no ketchup will come out until you squeeze it really hard. You know, with like the little rubber valve. And then now it requires a certain amount of pressure. Now it's just fucking shooting out of there and you gotta like move it really quick. Are you kidding me? That's the smaller bottle so that I use more ketchup? Jesus Christ. Stop being so obvious about your trying to get us to buy more ketchup, okay? For the love of God, give me a glass bottle back and stop making it obvious you want us to use the same amount of ketchup in the smaller bottle by putting a convenient little valve where we must squeeze really hard and then conveniently it comes shooting out of there so we use more. And then that's every smaller bottle you have, ever. You discontinued any normal fucking bottle. Oh, and the glass bottles, you can still get them, but only if you're a restaurant contractor. Yep, and they cost more. It's considered fancy ketchup. It's so fucked up. That's trade. That's Trump. You know, where Obama was doing stuff about this way back. And then Trump came in and, nope, these companies just can do this stuff because you don't have somebody focusing on it anymore. It's true. When people think regulation's bad. Anyway, it's good ketchup. I mean, you can even, like, the color is great. I can't even deny that. Like, and you guys can't either. The ketchup, there's no question. That's great ketchup. But please stop being so obvious about the fact that you want us to all use too much ketchup. Wholly aside from the fact that any doctor will tell you never eat ketchup. Okay? So, when any doctor will tell you never eat ketchup, stop making it obvious that you want us to consume more. Please give us the glass bottle back. I mean, Christ, you could make it bigger, make it this size for all I care. I'd love that. I'm fine with that. But I want the glass bottles back. No, that's a bite. Did you see that? Oh my god. Oh, that was a bite. Look at that. That's a bite. That's how you take a bite. Holy. That's how you eat a burger. Yeah, so we did that, and again, the point was to talk a bit about this cooking stuff because I showed you how I make these filet mignons. You guys could replicate it as long as you followed along well enough. The whole point is this is a no oven method. Most people that pan sear, they don't know how to do it without a basically a Michelin star chef teaching them how to. I mean, like, this is top level understanding when it comes to preparing food. You know, because it's raw meat. You gotta know so much, because it's gotta hit a certain temperature. Yeah. I'm excuse me. I'm one of those people where I just trust it. I don't if I were cooking for somebody else, I would check the temperature. Like if I were doing it professionally, I would check the temperature to make sure that I have a good head on my shoulders about it. But when I'm cooking for myself, I'll be honest with you, I don't need to check the temperature. And whenever I eat my steak, I've never once have I gotten sick from eating my own steak like that, ever. And likewise, I can't remember a single time, except for one restaurant that gave me food poisoning. It was food poisoning. It wasn't because the steak was undercooked or anything. That I ate a steak and got sick from it. And again, it was only that time because I got food poisoning. So it was it might not even have been the steak. So, but yeah, this is the pan-seared filet mignon instructions, and we did these as like a step process, so that way you guys could and these are shorts, so they're really easy. This is what I was talking about, where they very clearly didn't want me to promote this way and have no real reason or policies against this. They just caused problems for me when I tried to do this, and very clearly were halting the view progress and trending that I was intelligently getting from being one of the people that was smart enough to realize you could do this. So again, I was just doing shorts here and there where I would my point is, I'm breaking these up instead of doing all one short or something like that, because again, at the time, I think shorts were only 1 minute long. I don't think I could do anything at the time where I could have made this all one. Now shorts you can do that. But the whole point is that at the time I don't think I could have, and even if I could have, the whole point is it's easier for people to learn and understand if you have full sequential videos. This step, then this step, then this step. You have to learn, you have to know how to break it down for people. And so my point is, I'm just trying to help you learn and show you actually how to do this. And it's almost like they don't, you know what I mean? Like they're actually trying to disrupt that I would be trying to show you, you know, trying to help you out here. So, yeah, here's step 4 way down here. I don't know why, you know, like that's kind of the point. So anyway, the point is that, you know, you can clearly see I have, and then this is the thumbnail I was laughing at. You can clearly see I've done this enough times on stream, you know, in front of you guys. I'm perfectly comfortable with it. I feel confident enough. I just do it right in front of you. I don't care. Look at that hair too. So is that, I wonder if this is a steak stream. Guys. The hair.
Last hot journeys. Packing some food up so that way we don't gotta.
Oh my god. It's bad. It's bad. I look like I'm 14 with a stubble. It's bad. Jesus. Look how bad it is. Oh my god. I don't think this was steak. I think I made pasta. This was pasta. I see a gigantic pot of water.
You're around here, so everybody has a rifle.
Everybody has a rifle. That's
They're
true.
actually from the
That's true. Everybody does have a rifle. Oh, we went outside.
yeah, I'm
Okay,
so we got
like, so it'll be ay, ay, ay.
Who is sending? Do the same thing with the others too. I was like, what the heck? I was like, where is the? Oh, okay. I was making like little containers of spaghetti or stuff. Americans eat Italian all the time. Like, it's crazy. Like, I mean, that's what a lot of stuff is around here too. Like, I love Italian food. I love Italian food. Love it. Love it. Specifically if there's garlic involved. Love it. So yeah, I was making spaghetti. I make for my like sometimes when I'm like eating and stuff, and then when we're doing the last Epoch streams, I did this too. When I'm streaming and stuff, I will make containers of spaghetti so that way I have like food I can just heat up and eat really quick. So that's what I did there. As you can see.
water. I'm old. Do I have a
I'm old. That's true. 40-year-old man right there. 40-year-old man right there. Yep.
your dad was a yeah, I think it's you can look up the grind out those levels, and then I'll have my spaghetti. Nice.
So this was just a stream I did. That's funny. That should have gotten more views. See, the thumbnail's even funnier. That should have way more views. I'll bet there was bots in chat. I'll bet that's what it was. So that removed the views. So here's an upload I did. This is one they keep halting the view progress, because this is one where you can just watch it. There is absolutely no narration. It is literally just 6 minutes and 20 seconds of cooking sounds, and all I do is make filet mignon, and you can relax to some cooking sounds and stuff. For those who, you know, like you take a quick meditation break or something like that, and this is where you go. You want to hear some sounds or something like that. You know, you never know. Some people use it for that. Some people just like watching it and like the idea of that. But that's the concept, okay? And there's no question that you know, this was something that should have gained more views and was halted several times after seeing it gain views, and then they subtracted them after. So it just looks like this. Again, it is literally just nothing but cooking. The best part. That or cutting into it. Do I cut into it? I think I do. Yeah, see, that's the best part. Make you go watch it. I'll make you go watch it to see that part. But yeah, I cut into it and I eat it. I think I take a few bites. I don't think I stand there and eat the whole thing, but it's really good. That time it was really good. But I mean, all these were really good. I would own up to it if it wasn't. I would tell you this tastes like shit. I made a terrible steak. Like, I would tell you that. And I don't, even saying that now, I don't think I've ever had to say that. Like, it actually sort of feels weird to say that because I've never had to say that. Here's another time. This was only a year ago I did this one. Cooking therapy. 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes, medium rare, filet mignon. Here's another one I did. Similar, but like half the amount of time. Those are more normal looking fillets. Sometimes I get the cut and it just looks the way it looks and I have to trim it. So that's where you saw that other one where it was, I just tried to leave a little bit more on there, you know. I'm not going to trim off meat if I can eat the meat. A lot of times what they'll do is they'll try to make them nice and petite so that they look a certain way like that. And then they can get more fillets actually out of it too. But the concept is to just try to trim them, the fat, obviously. And then the filet mignon is obviously the most tender part. Out of any other part. So that's the point behind a filet mignon. Again, while being the most tender, then is the most difficult to prepare and cook because it's very easy to mess up a steak and make it tough and overcook. It very easy, very it is a skill. And I mean, like, you go on, you watch Hell's Kitchen, you watch any of that stuff, that's literally what they're screwing up. You know, like, I mean, like, this is the thing that a lot of people struggle with to make a good steak. It is not easy to do. And the way I sort of do it here, it works. I'm gonna give you the secret. I've talked about this before. The reason it works is because that cast iron skillet is hotter than you would normally have a normal pan that they're using to pan sear these things, and then they have to saute and stuff like that. That's what they're doing, and it changes the process. Where it's a matter of trying to get it done a little bit more quickly, and they're doing the sauteing sort of process where they're getting the shit on top of it, on top of it, on top of it, on top of it, and then they flip it. where it's like a constant. It's not how I do this. This is actually very easy to do, and it doesn't require that. That's why this is genius. And I don't see anybody doing it at all. So, again, another reason why they probably throw shade on it. But yeah, trust me, it's very good every time, and it doesn't. It's like we're talking about steaming a steak. We're just talking about putting a lid. Again, most people would use an oven to finish a filet mignon. A lot of times, you look online. Trust me, the instructions, they'll be like, well, you gotta finish it in the oven. And that's why people will cook it on a stove, a grill. Because a lot of times a grill will have a lid. Not a lot of times, your grill should have a lid. So, like, the point is you're gonna cook it on that grill because there's a lid. So this is really throwing people off. They're like, what the fuck? This guy just comes along. It's a pan-searing process. It is not steaming that steak. It is not. It's not doing a whole lot of actual cooking with the lid on. It's not. A lot of what that's doing is locking in the heat of the cast iron pan so that the heat is decently hot here, but again, you're keeping it lower so that way it doesn't burn it. So thus using the cast iron skillet properly and not allowing the heat to get away from you. Because a lot of times in a cast iron skillet, that's what can happen. So you have to have this very low. That's how it works. And that's what probably nobody's doing. I try to tell you that too. And it is a slower process, but it is a more definitive process where you can follow it more easily without screwing it up. And you have more time to do other things. Versus sauteing something, you gotta pay attention to it, gotta pay attention to it, gotta pay attention to it. It is a little bit quicker, but it's also controlling a lot of heat. And if you don't, if you leave it sit, trust me, you're just gonna burn it. This will ensure that doesn't happen. It does take, like I said, it does take a little bit longer, a little bit more to it, but it's a little bit less monitoring, if that makes sense, and so, like, again, it leaves you open to do those other things, prepare the veggies, the potatoes, whatever you're doing. And this is actually why I did this. Because I knew people were going to say that. I wanted to lift the lid and show you what it looks like. It's not cooking the sides of the steak. Like, it's not, like, that's the point. It's not really doing that. But you are seeing it cook the other side like it's supposed to. I'm just pan-searing it, man. The whole point is that I'm using low heat, but bringing that low heat up a little bit more with the concept of a glass lid. Not a metal one. That actually changes it. This is the point. I figured it out, and you all know what I'm about to say. Your iron skillet becomes a slow cooker. It's basically like slow cooking a filet mignon properly. It's far more like that. It's like a slow cooker. You're not steaming it. It's not steam. It's slow cooking. Would you say a slow cooker steams something? Nope. Cooks it very slowly. So that's what we're doing here. And again, you know, a slow cooker with ceramic, you know, similar sort of situation, you know, insulates very well, cast iron. It's going to radiate that heat very well. And that's the point, is with more heat, the heat gets away with you. You can't use the cast iron. It just burns the butter. It causes, the way you reduce that and get away from that, very low heat, but with a glass lid. And remember, the glass lid fits over the pan and does not cover these sides so that air can escape. It is important for that to happen, actually. See how I'm letting air escape? That's actually really important. That's part of it. Letting air escape. If you're not doing that, you will steam it. Sure. Absolutely. I am allowing that steam to escape. So by allowing, so the lip on both sides allows the steam to go out the sides. It sort of goes shooting out the sides. As long as I keep that heat low enough, I'm not steaming that steak. I have to control the heat though, and take the lid off and check it. Okay, I cannot keep that lid on there. Do not keep that lid on there. Do not do it. Take it off. It's just there to help you elevate the heat. Okay? I'm trying to help. I don't care. I don't care about taking... My point is, I want people to be able to figure out how to do things better, and I want us to evolve. I could care less if somebody starts adapting this process and stuff like that, and you know, I'd be honored if a large chef started doing it, because then I could be like, hey, look, there's that thing, and now he's doing it. That's awesome. I'm glad he's doing it. You know, like it. That's the point. So anyway, as we go through this, you're gonna see. You know, this is again another video we made where I just made filet mignon right in front of you. Pan seared it very slowly. But you know, only a few minute long video just to you know, show you the process. And then as you can see, as I turn that, we do actually have a really nice crust forming there. It's not burnt. There is a nice crust forming around the outside where that's what you want. That is absolutely seared on that side. No question. And then likewise, same thing, if you noticed a little bit of a sear. Again, this one's a little bit darker because it's a smaller steak. So, you know, it's gonna be a little darker. But, you know, ultimately, again, you're just trying to get that little bit of sear. And then, again, continue to work on that, where it's not something we're burning the steak and then trying to cook the middle all of a sudden. That ain't gonna happen. You gotta baby this thing. That was me showing you that I'm just making béarnaise from a mix. I'm not doing anything extra special. I was being upfront about that. That's why I did that with the stuff there. The whole point is this sauce is really good, and you can just buy it in the little packets in the store. The béarnaise sauce. I mean, it's literally just milk and butter basically. And then the sauce. And it's really good. Look at that. I think that's actually the smaller one, too. Looks like the smaller one. Doesn't that look nice? I thought it was really good. If I was serving it, I'd probably make sure it's a little bit less greasy. But I actually sort of, I don't mind that a little, just a little bit. So that part doesn't bother me. But I understand if you're looking at that, I wouldn't, in a nice restaurant, there wouldn't be, trust me, it would be devoid of grease. It wouldn't even have that layer. And that's actually not that much. It's actually not that much. It's not that much grease. It's really not. If it was a lot, it'd be like dripping off my tongs that I'm plating it with. It'd already be pooling and stuff. Trust me. It's really not that much because grease really builds. So. Oh, and there we got the Béarnaise. Oh my god. Did I cut into this one? I'll show you this one if I did. Oh, I think I cut into it and ended it. That's annoying. I shouldn't have done that. Yeah. I cut into it and ended it. That's alright. But I mean, it was good. I ate it. Oh, here's one where I did it live. There we go. This was only a year ago. This was only a year ago. I was annoying you guys with the tongs, wasn't I? So, I did this live for you. So you could see it. You'd actually see me do it. I guess I should. I'm putting it in the pan and I'm covering the. That was dumb. Oh, there we go. Boy, that's a big ass steak. Look at that thing. Is that a filet mignon? That's crazy. It's just a steak. I'm wondering if that's a Delmonico or something. Because it's a really big steak for a flat. It may have been. I was playing drums with the tongue. Is this the one where I got the one side really dark? And it was still really fucking good? Is this the one where, like, I fixed it? Where I almost messed it up, but I didn't, and it was really good? Is this the one? I think it is. I think this is the one. I almost messed it up, but I didn't. I fixed it. There you go. That looks pretty good, actually. Yeah, that's not bad at all. That looks pretty good. Yeah, that looks really good, actually. That's more medium, though. That's not medium rare. That's more medium. That's what you have to realize, though. So that's it. I'm right, because I make mine medium rare. So yeah, I made it medium instead of medium rare, but I didn't mess it up. Somebody just be like, I asked for it medium rare and it's medium, but it's good anyway. You know, like that's how you should look at that. Because man, it was so good. But yeah, people are like that. Like, who cares as long as it's good? People are fucking like that. But that's like not a screw up at all. That's like you saved that stuff.
So that's actually sort of medium well, medium to medium well. And as you guys know, I normally do medium to medium rare.
So I'm calling it out.
This side is a little bit more medium. This is definitely more medium well.
Yeah, I'm calling it out.
But that's what we want. That's exactly what we want. So
Yeah.
that's the whole point.
Oh, I wanted that. Oh.
Well, sort of the middle.
Oh, I didn't mess it up.
A little
Oh.
bit more
Fuck.
medium. But
Even better.
That's the point.
That's
to make
funny.
sure
I thought I
it's
messed it up.
rare. It should be rare if it's like. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, because I would just
rounds
tell
of
you if I
one
was.
to test it.
I would just tell you.
I mean, it didn't. By the way, it didn't have an odor. By the way, you know what I mean? Like a terrible.
So I
odor.
wonder
It
if
was just
I-
like it was bad.
You know, I feel like I may have done that actually to show you that you can do it that way. Because I feel like I had done it enough times medium well. Or I'm sorry, medium rare. I was starting to make, I remember this now. I actually do. I did do this on purpose. This was because some people were thinking that I couldn't cook the steak. And I remember I saw something in chat of somebody saying the pan needs to be hotter or something like that. So I did this as a response to show you guys that you actually can cook it more done if you want to. It just takes a while and a little bit more heat, but you still got to control it. And I didn't mess it up. So no, I did do this on purpose, but as you can see, the way I did it was by making one side a little bit more dark than the other side. You know what I mean? Because if I'm doing both sides the same way, it's gonna get too done. It's just gonna get too done. So that's how I was able to do that one, and it, like I said, it came out really well. But it's not like one side was that much more than the other. I actually like the contrast. You know, like it's really good.
The funny thing is, I cleaned the plate and it's still starting.
Yeah, that's more greasy than I would normally. So that, again, that's definitely like I cooked it more and stuff like that. It's more of the meat juice than I would normally, because normally, you know, that's rad. But I barely had to cut it there. Look at that. Did you see that? I barely had to cut it there. I'm not like sawing away or anything. Watch. That what did I cut it like 2 or 3 times back and forth? That's nothing. You would have heard you would have like heard it if that was tough. I would have like had to really like press. It wouldn't have just been zoop zoop zoop. And that is the cheapest fucking steak knife. Like that thing is cheap. Yeah, look at that. That's pretty good, man. No, I saved that. That's probably the best medium well steak ever made. and I had it. Somebody else didn't have it. Seriously, I saved the fuck out of that steak. That would make a restaurant proud. Somebody to eat that and be like, this is so good. You know, even if they sent it back and wanted a different one, wanted it correct, somebody eat that and be like, this is so good. You didn't do a bad job. You just... It's an honest mistake that I turned into something good, you know? So the whole point is to show you could, if you did make the mistake and overcooked it, it's still not bad. You could make a good steak. That's the whole point. Some people will eat it. Not everybody's going to reject that. It's a lot more pink than a lot of people will eat it. But, yeah, that's medium. I don't think it's medium well. I think it's medium. The outside looks medium well. It's not on the inside, though. And yeah, really, really tender. I mean, obviously, or I wouldn't be able to cut it.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, I ate the whole thing. Oh, there you go. I ate it right in front of you. That was a big... I think it is a fillet. I think it's just cut wrong. I think it's a fillet. I think they just didn't cut it right. They cut it like you would normally cut like a Delmonico or something like that, I think. Yeah, look at that. I'm eating it. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. There you go. No, I mean, actually the inside's pretty perfect for medium. And anybody that likes medium rare would probably like that too. Like, they probably wouldn't be dissatisfied. They'd probably be surprised by it, actually. I nailed that. Yeah. And again, that's the point. That is a skill. Like, people can't just do that. People will mess up steaks. That's a skill. Look at that. But my point to you guys is, I'm trying to help you understand it. I'm trying to help a little bit. So, if somebody knows what they're doing, they can at least use this thing to help them, cook the steaks a little bit more easily. Like, it's just it helps you out. Help you understand it. But yeah, like, again, these are the steps where I broke it down. There's the first one. Again, I show you the first step, second. Even the seasoning that I use and stuff like that, and then I gave you guys a slow cooker recipe. We tried some hot sauces. Oh, here's one. Here's another one. Oh, here we go. I gotta wait for the chat to load just to close it. So this is you can see the steak down there. Oh, I'm making two of them, actually. You can see both of them. What is that face? Look at that face. What the f*** is that? Okay. Oh, here we go.
making
Filet mignon.
So really milking that low heat.
Man, I even told you guys, like, this is the point. Like, I did this, and it got a little bit more views too when I did it. It's 112 on this. I swear I just saw 113, and it got subtracted. The point is, like, this even got a little bit more views. Like, so I feel like I saw 113, and I just saw it disappear and move down to 1. So the point is, like, TrashTube, even as I'm sitting here talking about this, they're like, oh, fuck, well, let's go on there and remove some views and make sure nobody's watching it while he's talking about it. And while he's talking about it, we're just going to remove views as people are viewing it. I mean, I literally just watched that happen. So, I mean, it's literally all that's fucking happening. But the point is, I mean, like, I did this entire stream, and literally, you can literally, I explained how to do it. Yeah. Yeah, they're messing with it, because, like, you can tell. See how it's, like, all messed up?
Pretty good.
Yeah. Well, I ate all of it too. The amount of times Trash Tube will sit here and attack people just because they have a problem. That's unbelievable. So there you go. And, you know, I even did a video
Okay, so
that's literally a short, and it says, how to easily cook filet mignon in a cast iron skillet, no oven. I even did a short, and it has 309 views, and it got halted because it's not a short. The point is, this was before shorts existed, and, well, existed beyond a minute. So, like, the whole point is that I can't do this short and have it be, you know, X amount of minutes. It's not a short. It's literally just a YouTube video. And so now, you know, they can halt the view progress. It doesn't get the trending it needs. And, you know, 309 views is what it's sitting at. And, you know, you can tell that's higher than the trend we've seen lately where they're locking the view count. So, again, you know flat out that's a big thing where, yep, people are wondering, people are watching, and they do like it. And then meanwhile, they're trying to make it seem like that's not the case. Just like plating a filet mignon gets me 8,500 views.
as far as what you need.
So.
Okay.
Way that's the.
Let's simply look. We're gonna go ahead and lock that lid. Now keeping that heat relatively to lock in those minutes. That way you're gonna get really turned it down even further because
There you go.
it's getting hot. And then if you
I literally, like, explain the entire process. And for some of these that, like, aren't trimmed, I even explain how I'll leave that on because it just adds to the flavor and the juices. Like, don't trim it beforehand. Leave it on. If they did that, leave it on. Because it's just bonus for you. But, so that's why I did that there, but, I think later I trim this. Yeah, that's why it looks like this. It don't look like that at the end. Yeah, like all that was fat. I had to trim it. It was literally all fat. Like this is the meat. There's even like fat here. Like this is fat. This is all fat. None of that's edible. So like this is the actual meat. But that's the point. If it's still on there, you know, and you cook with it, it'll add to those juices and stuff like that. But anyway,
That nice sear. It should be too black. What you're gonna go ahead and do is just get your tongs and just flip your steak right on over. And you should see that nice sear. It should be too black because we've been paying attention to the temperature once again. Leaving that temp nice and low. And paying attention if it gets too hot, we're shifting it around.
Thermometer medium rare steak should be between 130 and 135 degrees Fahrenheit. I even gave you guys temperatures. Now remember when sometimes if I'm cooking this just for myself too. And there you have it. I mean, that looks pretty damn perfect to me. So. Anyway, the point is, you know, and then I did this too. I showed you the hack for this, the box mac and cheese hack. People loved that. Remember the box mac and cheese? Better like this? Yeah. And you won't know unless you go watch it. You won't know why it's better like this unless you go watch it. But, you know, they're halting the views of that too. 849. We all know that was like getting up there and then just halted the progress. Yep. And people really liked that. Like, I promise it will taste a million times better. It'll be just so much better when you do this. And you probably don't do it. It's probably not something that you do. You probably wouldn't even think of it. It's something a chef might think of. A chef might think of it. But a chef is probably never going to use box macaroni and cheese. So why would you get tips from a chef on box? You wouldn't. So that's the whole point. That's why nobody, you know, like that's the fucking point. So, whereas I might know this information, I've been doing this for a long time. I have no qualms about box macaroni and cheese. I don't give a shit. I'm not some tightwad that's gonna sit here and be like, oh, box macaroni and cheese, that's cardboard or whatever the fuck they say, and they try to say, I don't give a shit. If it's good, it's good. I mean, I don't care. Like, I'm just gonna be honest with you. I'm not gonna be like, well, it's not the quality of a 5-star restaurant, and you know, it's just all shit if it doesn't have fucking escargot or this. You know, like, I mean, you get what I'm saying. Like, not everything needs to have fucking caviar in the menu and escargot in the menu just for you to consider it. I mean, Jesus. We need to calm down a little bit. So I'm not like that, and that's the problem. Where there's not a lot, like there's not a lot in between. Where, you know, you're either like this, you know what I mean, or you're not, and you think everything's good, and you're that guy that goes around, you know, you again. I'm not saying this is bad. Stop taking this like a bad thing and making it like, oh, he's just... Shut the fuck up. You're doing that. Okay? But again, I am not the guy that's going to go around to every restaurant and be like, it's so good. It's so good. Oh my god. And no matter what happens, I'm gonna lie, I'm gonna very blatantly lie and make shit up because I filmed this thing and I'm at the location. No, I'm not gonna be the guy that does that. There's nobody in the middle of the road except for me. Like, again, this is the point. You got the guys that they go around and everything sucks. It's all trash and they don't know how to deal with it. Yeah, and that's true. But it's actually more of how they're presenting it in this you know, like they look a certain way to those people. That's all. And then there's the other people, or they're doing the other side of it, where they're completely ignoring the fact that there is a quality control issue, and restaurants. And it's not just the US. It happens elsewhere too, but it's the US. And, you know, meanwhile, they'll ignore the fact that this is a problem, all while having entire TV shows about loading up your cart with as much of this as possible, and you must use it, and you must use it. And, you know, if it's the most disgusting, stupid fucking thing that you would never ever eat, and it's incredibly irresponsible, it's like heart attack city, we're gonna make these chefs do this, make it look presentable, package it, and show it to the consumers, and then there are a bunch of retards that are gonna try to duplicate this and do it all the time. And again, this is supposed to be entertaining, except dumb people will just use it as an example of how they should regularly fucking eat. Because that's dumb Americans. And then meanwhile, fat chefs do this. They're all fat. There is not one chef on that show. You know which one I'm talking about. I'm not going to slam it because there's nothing wrong with it. But the point is, there's something wrong with it. You know, there's nothing wrong with it, but there is. You know, everybody on that show is fucking fat. Okay. You want to be about helping stuff? Stop trying to pretend like you're helping anything while you're pretending like all the Cheese Whiz and all the American cheese and all the restaurants that you go to where burgers are this big and you could never possibly actually eat that, and it's disgusting, and you pretend it's good. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. For Christ's sake, stop it. And then these other people hate on me because I call you out on your bullshit, and then they treat me like shit just because you're a nice guy. Meanwhile, you have a kid that's becoming fat too, and he's doing this too. And meanwhile, he's following in your footsteps, and he's going to be dead by the time he's fucking 50. And you can't even, like, you got so many fucking chins, you can't even fucking stand up straight. You got so many chins, you can't even stand up straight. And meanwhile, you're wondering why other people that are credible don't want to be on your show. Not the fat people. And then maybe some people that are credible only go on one time, and that's why. Yeah, stop it. It's not a good thing. It's like Trailer Park. And again, it's like looking at fucking Storage Wars and thinking that is the end all be all of fucking, you know, everything you see on there is real. You know, they're not looking at that stuff beforehand. They have no fucking clue. Yeah, okay. Okay. How about all the times something illegal was found? Where, like, yeah, okay, dude. You're gonna try to pretend, yeah, okay, yep. It's like when Pawn Stars would have an episode of something where they blatantly fucking rip the person off and pretend like it's a real business. And then they have some expert come on that's an expert that appraises this thing or doesn't appraise this thing. And he's an expert. Says who? You? I have a buddy, he's an expert. Oh. I've never seen him. Expert? Says you? Oh. Oh. So anyway. I come along and I actually have valid things to offer. Intelligent, valid shit to offer. Like this. Cause yeah, box mac and cheese tastes like fucking shit. Why does it taste like fucking shit? It shouldn't taste like fucking shit. Okay, do this. It won't taste like fucking shit. It's that simple. I've been doing it for years. I've been doing it a long time. As soon as I start doing it, I was like, this forever tastes immediately better, and I will make every box of macaroni and cheese like this now. It's that simple. And it's not viral, and not everybody, you know, like it doesn't have 1 million views, and not everybody's doing it, and then the company can put a little hint on the box that says, hint, do this, and maybe you'll think it tastes better, or you'll like it better, yada yada yada. But no. No. And by the way, everybody does use that once in a while. In case you're wondering. I'm sure he's figured it out by now. I think that was a real wonder. That was what that episode was about. Do people actually use it, or is it forced? People use it. It organically happens. Okay. In case the mystery's still out. I love those episodes. So funny. Yep, it organically happens. Alright. Oh man, I remember there were times where I would have conversation with certain friends, and we would be like, you know, does this seem like does this seem like a Seinfeld conversation? You know what I mean? Like is this you know what I mean? Like you get into a conversation and it just sounds like, you know, a Seinfeld conversation. And I'll never forget my one friend one time. It was so funny. He's like, you know, we were talking about this, and we were talking about how he was talking about, you know, the parking lot, and you know how like everybody, you know, you have to go through the pull through. You know, you park in the spot. If there's a spot in front of you, you gotta go through the pull through, Jerry. You gotta go for the pull through, Jerry. You gotta. You know, like we're talking like that. You know, like Jerry doesn't want to do it for some reason. He just doesn't want to fucking do it. And George is like, he's really selling this for some strange fucking reason. He's just like, you what's wrong with you? It's right there. It's like the next space. We're already in this one. That one's available. And when we're done, you can just pull right out. But no, you want to back up and make it all complicated. And then Jerry's like, all right, fine. We'll do what George wants to do, and we'll go for the pull through. And, you know, he does the pull through, and then they go in the store, and they come back out. And because they did this, there's going to be an accident right in front of Jerry's car. And like, somebody dies, and they're, like, standing there for fucking hours, and Jerry's like, pull through, you know, this is the pull through. You know, like, again, they're arguing about this, and then it's going to do a cutaway to the car that was parked behind them, where they would have parked, where Jerry wanted to park, and that car is now easily backing out and driving away, and somebody parks where they parked, and the audience laughs, ha ha ha. Like no lie, we would have... I thought about that entire interaction for quite some time after that. And I was like, you know, that'd be a really good fucking Seinfeld episode. There was another time where it was like, we're just sitting there talking about tartar control toothpaste. And we're like, you know, because back in the day, that was what they would put on it. Now it's like pro health and, you know, like all this But the whole point was back in the day, it was tartar control and, you know, the cavity protection. Yeah, so like, you know, like, what's the difference, you know? And it sounds like a Seinfeld conversation where one of them's like, well, I get the tartar control, you know, because I don't want, and then they make some joke about tartar and, you know, something like that. And, you know, maybe it's like, you know, fucking a joke off tartar sauce, you know. But like, the whole point is like, you know, Elaine will have something intelligent to say or, you know, something like that. And the guys are just a bunch of idiots or, you know. You know, like, just being guys about it, you know, just not necessarily idiots, just being guys about it, you know. Some of that was always so funny. And then at the same time, it was always funny to see Elaine, at the times that Elaine would agree with the guy, with the guys on certain things. That would crack me up. But, that's definitely a Seinfeld conversation. So is this. The thing that I do with this is literally just that. It's basically like, if they had kept it going, this would have been a whole other season of stuff they could have done based off, you know, you know, stuff like this where it's like, you know, things people don't know. I mean, like, and how, I mean, like, how much of it was that? Remember the episode where George wanted to, he wanted to, He wanted to sleep at work or something like that. So he literally had somebody like make him like a nap area under his desk. And the whole episode was just, it was so great. I loved that one. So I did gamer smoothies. If you guys remember, I gave you a recipe. I actually made a full recipe for gamer smoothies. And it's actually really good. And it uses Monster Energy drink. Now, part of the reason why I go with Monster versus something else is, again, that juice. The fact that it is an actual juice. Okay? But, like, the point is you're blending it. You don't want too much carbonation, and you don't want it to be like a soda, you know, where it's going to ruin it, blending it. You want it to be a juice where it's going to, you know, blending it might taste better, you know, or something like that. But, again, the point is I gave you guys a whole recipe here. We made a gamer smoothie, something I completely just made up for you guys and gave you. And it's really good. So what I'm actually going to do... We'll use that. That's the whole can. Now, I perfected this and slowly sort of changed it a little bit. So this initial first recipe got changed a little bit. I think I discovered with the frozen fruit and stuff, I really don't have to put ice in it. I think that was the adjustment. So again, I think I was talking about putting ice in it and stuff like that. You don't have to do that. I think that was the main adjustment.
And it's simple too. You guys saw, just push the button.
And then you end up doing it.
And then you're like, oh yeah, well maybe I should split this up.
I don't know.
Oh, I remember now. I messed this up because I misused my rice maker, right?
I mean, there's
Yeah. This, I remember what happened now. I remember what happened now. And I don't know if I ever told you guys. Okay, so I checked this before I did it, and I messed this up by accident. This is actually a very good product, and I was trying to actually show it. Like, the whole point was that you guys can make white rice or whatever, and, you know, like, I was talking about Instant Pot and stuff like that, and it's actually a good product. It's a pressure cooker. But I even checked this beforehand, and it's really weird because it was fine. But you can't, like, the little seal that's right here that you guys can't see, that has to be in a certain position. And I checked it, but that's why they tell you to check it, because it can get stuck. And it got stuck. And that's what happened. I didn't realize it got stuck. And it was stuck, and, like, there was, like, steam escaping and stuff. That's why it wasn't working. That's why it was, like, taking forever, too. And it seemed like it took longer than it should have, or something like that. This would have taken 2-3 minutes, not even, probably. And the point was I was, like, confused. And that's what happened. Steam was getting out. So it wasn't really pressure cooking. So that's all I did with that, where it was the thing, whoops, you know. And I think I even said it on there. But, you know, you have to realize that that can happen. But it's a really good product, and again, I confirmed this right after the. I was like, oh, of course. So, you know, it still works. It worked after that. I used it after that, and it cooked in the proper amount of time. Oh man. Oh man. Yeah, so there it is. Is this the adjustment? I wonder if this is me updating them smoothies. There's more likes on this one. I can't get rid of chat. Again, I have to sit here. Yeah, I have to wait for it to load. Superior product. Like, literally, my chat, I have to wait for it to load just to fucking close it. It's so, like, YouTube is so trash. That's why this is here. It's so trash. Like, again, I should not have to wait for no chat to load just to close it. Like, that's so fucking garbage. It shouldn't just be on by default. It should be off if I close it. And I go into another stream, it should be off. This is what causes problems for my channel. Like, again, all they're doing is locking all these things to be on, and it floods all this nasty data into my fucking channel. Like, literally, if my fucking chat is on the fucking administrative settings from their side of things, yeah, like, there's fucking, like, that's, duh. Just like all the other settings that I showed you guys that they have on, like the fucking stable volume, the ambient fucking mode. Nobody fucking uses that stupid shit. And meanwhile, this stuff's literally stuck on by YouTube on purpose to mess with my channel. Just like all the stuff that I sit here and I talk about, and you guys go watch, they're gonna sit here and they're gonna mess with it to make sure that you don't give it any views. Like, again, if they think that you're starting to catch on to this, they'll throw some at it to kind of shut up that train of thought. But that's it. That's all they're doing. They're just, you know, doing that.
So, dude, not too good. You know, that like.
It looks like I drank it all in that amount of time. Hold on.
Basically, as I shake it, I want to see no. Oh, not bad. I'm just gonna add some.
Oh, I was still perfecting it, I think, at this point. I think that's what I was doing. I did, though. Like, it's fucking good now. I know how to make it now. Yeah. And you guys can make that anytime. They're just, I called it gamer smoothies. But really, the main thing is get rid of the ice. You don't need ice. That's the main thing. This is really the main thing. Frozen pizza. Mustard soda. I tried the mustard soda. Did I make cookies? I made cookies for you guys. Really? I did. Oh, I guess I did. 10 months ago? I did that 10 months ago. See, it gets no views. 64 views, and I made cookies. I probably did it from scratch too. I don't typically make. If I say that, I made cookies. I typically won't make it unless I actually. But maybe I didn't. I don't know. No, look. There's the bowl. I think there's like flour in there.
do. I just have this thing where I rinse everything out. So dumb. I was like, why do I really want to put this in the microwave? Because then it just melts. No, I mean, but not too. Yeah, from flour to sugar, that's like the one thing you don't really need to clean up. That's definitely what we want. Oh, vanilla. Vanilla. But you can kind
Oh, what?
You know what I mean? Like,
Look at that. These look pretty good. Yeah, why didn't anybody watch this? What the fuck? 64 views? 64. Oh, 64! Oh, wow, somebody's watching it. Oh, wow.
yeah, what the heck?
I think I'm following a recipe.
That's weird.
I mean, like, this isn't my recipe. I think I'm just following a recipe, and I think I've noticed some weird stuff about it. So I probably did a little bit of an alteration. Oh, look, I already made some cookies. What the heck? That was like no time at all. Oh, this is an upload. Is this live? Was this live? Streamed. Yeah, it's a stream. This was live. I wonder. That's weird. Maybe I had. Did I make a second batch? I guess that is 2 hours in. Oh yeah, I guess that didn't take long. Oh yeah, there. At 45 minutes in, I was already. Oh, okay. So I made sugar cookies first.
You're gonna cup it with your thumb.
So I made sugar cookies first, and then I think, I mean, more than likely, I if I made something else, I see brown sugar, probably chocolate chip. Probably chocolate chip. Either chocolate chip or snickerdoodles, but probably chocolate chip. Yeah, it's chocolate chip. You see it? Oh wow, that looks pretty damn good. Holy cow. Holy cow.
Brake test.
Holy cow. Wow. Wow, look at that. Wow, that actually looks really good. I feel like I remember that being really good too. Huh. Damn. How does this have only 64 views, guys? What?
Smash it together, roll it down.
Yeah. No. It was awesome. Oh, there's a sugar.
These were actually really good.
Cool. So, I got plenty of cooking content that's well entertaining enough, in my opinion. I'm sitting here watching it. We got a Pizza Hut review, it seems. Did you guys watch the Pizza Hut review? You should. Is this another Pizza Time one that I did?
Like have this recipe in my head.
You know how I know when my views aren't legitimate, you guys? You know how I know when that happens? I know when it's happening when I've had the same concurrence in the stream for like 20 minutes, half hour. Then I know it's happening. Because the point is, for 20 minutes, half hour, those concurrents have been fucking locked at like 7. And then as soon as I say this, a third one. Yeah, remember the third thing? 7 from 2 to 3. So again, from 7 to 8. Oh, and then we remove a like. Yay, we've been acknowledged. The ViewBot scammer has been acknowledged, so we'll remove a like. So anyway, this is like Pizza Hut review. Look at that. Oh my god. Look at that. Holy shit. Look at my face. I am dead serious about this. Best fucking Look at that. It's like, you better fucking eat Pizza Hut and better like it. Look at that face. That is like, yes. There we go. That is some good looking fucking pizza, I'm not gonna lie. That looks really good.
I'm like, no, Pizza Hut.
Do I need to say anything else? Like, you can hear the crunch, you can see it pull apart, you can see it's good. Man.
Pizza Hut, man.
It's good stuff, man.
Have a cigarette.
It's good stuff, man. Oh, is this the one where I was talking about the employee that had a cigarette or something? I don't know. I talk about that sometimes too. pizza. Oh, this was different pizza. That was other pizza. Oh,
Well, would you look at that?
that was Sicilian pizza. Made properly.
Oh man.
Made properly. Look at that.
Mm.
Look at that. Look at that. Looks fucking good, man. Another steak stream. Wow, I did this a lot. I guess I'm not afraid to cook a steak in front of you. Yeah, I guess I'm not afraid to cook a steak in front of you. Would I eat it there in that chair? That's that chair. That's what that's what I did with it. That's that chair. Oh, finally the chat loaded. Look at that. There we go. I was waiting for when I held up a piece of steak. That looks fucking good. Holy shit. That looks fucking good. That looks fucking good, man. Wait, where are those pants? Where the fuck are those pants? Where the fuck? I forgot I had those. Son of a bitch. I hate it when that happens. That face. What is that face for? What am I doing here? I think I was just selling the setup, probably. It don't look like that now. It don't look like that now. So yeah, there's another one. What is that? That looks like burgers. Yeah. It looks like a burger I bought the patty for though and didn't make the pate. Look at that. Holy cow, look at that.
Oh yeah, my mom made that.
It's too big.
It's too tall.
It is. It's a double.
So, also,
Normally you get that at a restaurant. There's like a steak knife through the top, right? Keeping it together.
A hint.
Because that's the point. They want you to eat it with a knife and fork.
I don't know the meats. Lid. If I have regular table, and then like.
Oh, I ate it. Wow, look at that. Oh yeah, I'm showing you some mustard. If you aren't aware of this mustard yet, if you are not aware of Engelhofer mustard, for the love of God, you need, if you like mustard and you like, you know, hot things, that is like the best fucking sauce I think I've ever had on it. Like it again, it's close to that Dijon mustard, but it's just, it's a bit hotter. It's a little bit hotter. And it's just, it gives it that kick. It's so freaking good. Engelhofer knows how to freaking do it, man. They have other good sauces too, but that sweet hot mustard is... The best Dijon is Grey Poupon, but that is like the best, like, hot mustard, period. That is hands down the hot mustard. So yeah, I mean, you know, I did some sauces. People like to watch people eat hot, stuff with hot sauces and stuff like that. I'm sure you guys know about the channel Hot Ones. I think I did a Hot Ones sauce, yeah. I do love their channel. Thought it was awesome that they just did, I think they did a video, they just did a video of it was Donald Duck. So not only, like, again, they have celebrities on, and the celebrities sit there and eat, like, really hot sauces, like, in an interview setting where, you know, they're being asked questions and stuff like that, and then have to answer while eating hot wings and with hot sauce and stuff like that. But that's the point, is it's actually pretty great. It's a pretty genius idea. And then, so we just tried some Hot Ones sauces, because they have their own sauce line, obviously, and it's really good. It's really good. Like top shelf stuff, and so yeah, I like their channel and their sauces. So I wanted to try them and give my opinion on what I think of them. At least the one that I was able to get. I think I tried, well, obviously I tried a few. I think that's just Baja Blast. It's just Baja Blast. So I'm opening the sauces.
Stream at 0 points. Here we go. This is literally just lying about all the views now. Here we go.
I think I was just opening the sauces here. There we go. So I'm actually talking about the Hot Ones sauce. So you can tell I just opened it, otherwise it would have a thing on the cap.
So I haven't actually had this one, I think.
So I'm probably trying that one first. So yeah, you can watch that. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, so it's a ghost pepper wing sauce. So I tried this other one that I kept seeing people talk about that was a ghost pepper wing sauce. You can check that out. What I thought of that one. And I think I did another one. There's definitely another one I did. Is it another Hot Ones? Did I show it? Oh no, that's the original I'm holding there. Did I only do 2? I thought I did 3. I sworn I did 3. That's weird that I would only do 2. Maybe I did the first one. Nope. Yeah, because that's the ghost pepper. I can tell by the bottle.
At 0 points. Here we go.
And there's me opening the hot
YouTube
one.
is literally just lying about all the views now.
So, yeah, alright, I guess I just did 2. I thought I did 3. Alright, fair enough. I did 2. So you can see how Hot One stacks up against a ghost pepper wing sauce that people like. Maybe that's why I did that. To compare it directly to a ghost pepper wing sauce where people are like, oh, ghost pepper! Oh, ghost pepper! You know, and wing sauce, you know, and so you can watch that. But it's not all that hard to figure out probably where my what I'm leaning towards. Is this the same one twice? You're showing me the same one twice. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Same one twice. That's weird. Good old fucking YouTube. Same stream twice. Hey, look, guys. Hey, look. Hey, look. Steak stream. Steak stream. They're 2 different streams. Durr. Durr. YouTube is so trash. Durr. Durr, durr. Oh. Oh, like just came off. We got like on there just to remove it. Oh, man. I'm offended. Oh. Yeah. Is this another one? Tell me that's another one. That's another one. Man, I am real confident with this. Yeah, I literally just don't. I don't. Doesn't bother me. That's kind of my point, guys. Like I spent a lot of time in front of you showing you that I can just perfectly make a steak every time and it comes out the same way. And we're getting screwed with left and right. Oh. Almost like somebody's trying to take this and capitalize on it and make it for themselves and patent some sort of invention idea off of, oh, you know, like, oh, I don't know, some sort of slow cooker pan that works off of cast iron and glass. Almost like they're stealing my idea and I'm an engineer. Almost like that. Almost like I'm an engineer. I should have been an engineer and they're stealing my ideas. Like they always do. Did you notice this slight shift in the bitrate a little bit as I started to say that? And it just went away. So this only took me, from the time it touched the pan, this one only took me 30 minutes. So there you go. That is not a long time. It's not. That's the point. Most people will mess up a filet mignon and have to start over and then screw up the meat anyway, and then it's waste, and then finally get it right, and then the point is it's 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour later anyway, and you finally get it anyway. Versus somebody that they would rather hire, they're not going to have any waste. It just takes the time to cook it properly. Does it. It's ready in a half an hour. Because the point is, you can always cook a steak a little bit more. You can always throw it back on. And not only that, red meat continues to cook a little bit after you pull it off. So always pull it off ahead of time with the thought that it's going to continue cooking a little bit. This is what most people can't do. They can't plan ahead. They don't remember that part. So they always overcook it. They just cook it till it's done. And that's the point. It just continues cooking, and then it's fucking medium well. They will not pull it off properly. Because even when you pull it off, you plate it, it's cooking. It is. These people don't realize. Especially a big thick piece of steak like that. So, you know, again, I just not afraid to do it right in front of you guys. You know, cook the steak right in front of you guys. Clearly see. Yeah. Sizzling pretty good. The lid on. You will see me do this though. Like again, I want to remind you guys. You take the lid off. You do move it around. You do that process, but yeah, because again, you are gonna burn it. It's gonna have problems if you don't. Did I flip it even? I think I did. I flipped it there. There you go. Oh, I had already flipped it. Oh, wow. Look at how good that looked. Holy cow. Look at that. Watch. But I had already... Yeah, look at that. Hold on. Look, I hadn't flipped it yet. Here we go. Look. Watch. It's still red. Oh, I still didn't flip it. There we go. I think I'm gonna flip it. I'm looking at it, I think. I think I looked at it. Oh, still not yet. Here we go. So yeah. You see how I pick it up and look at it? and there's a little bit of a grayness now to the top part of the meat, it's about ready to be flipped. Little bit of, it's not cooking on the top. It's important to remember it's not cooking on the top. There's a little bit of that, almost like the juices are coming through, okay? That's what you want. It's primed. It's ready to go. As soon as you flip that, exactly what you want. It's still red though. It's still red. It's just primed. Oh, look at that. Look how, look at that. That looks good. That's a nice crust on there. I like that. Look at that. That's perfection, man. I can't believe I didn't show that. I just didn't care. I was just trying to get it done. Oh, there we go. I'm showing it now. See? Looks good. Hell yeah. So here, it's done here, I think. So I'm actually taking it off 10 minutes in. It's done in 10 minutes. It's actually done in 10 minutes. The video is 30 minutes long. It's done in 10 minutes. So I take it off at this point, and I also put it on at 3 minutes. So it's about a 10-minute process. I'm taking it off at 10 minutes though. It keeps cooking. That's quick. That's actually like, that's incredibly fast. That is incredibly fast. And look, you can tell the pan isn't, like the butter's not burned. That's actually a decent browning in the pan. You'll be able to tell if it's too dark. It'll be steaming. It'll be really dark. The butter will look really browned. You can just kind of look at that and see it's not burned. You know, the pan's going to clean up nice. It's not steaming too hot. Yeah, it cooked evenly. Oh, I put it back on. Oh, it wasn't cooked. Ah. See? See, I told you. I told you. See? I think I probably realized it. That I cut into it. I don't think I had to. I probably realized it. Oh, I probably poked it. That's probably what I was doing. I was probably poking it. I poke it. I can sort of like do that and tell. And yeah, it needed to go back. I think that's what I did. I'll poke it a little bit. Cause you can, it's so hard to tell with your finger. But if you actually have like a utensil, obviously you know how it's supposed to feel when you would cut into it or eat it. So like that's all I'm doing there. Firmness and stuff like that. So I did put it on for another 2 minutes, I think. I think 12 minutes is the golden, I think that's what it is. I'm about to take it off, and if I look at the amount of time that is missing, it's about an extra 2 minutes. So I think another 2 minutes was required. Yeah, I did not put it back on. And it's still a normal browning in the pan. I didn't increase the heat or anything. I just put it right back in. I probably actually even left the heat off. More than likely the heat's off, but the pan's still hot, and I just put it right back in the pan. Just realize that. That is how you use low heat. You're using the heat of the pan. Sometimes I even turn the fucking burner when I have it on this. I'm turning it on low. Like that pan gets hot, man. You gotta realize that. This is a very delicate piece of meat. And burgers, they're the same way. Burgers, if you cook them too fast, not only are you burning the shit out of that, but again, like, you're getting all the juice. All the good juice, the moisture of the meat. It's going away. So, same thing when you cook a steak. Same thing. I think you can hear me. I clean up. I clean up as I... So I'm just cleaning up. Oh yeah, look, I cleaned it. There it is. With shitloads of That's too much. I think I put too much. Yeah. It's okay. I like a lot. I put it a lot because then I have stuff to dip it in as I eat it. Because the stuff you put on top, it's more the garnish. As you eat it, you're going to want to dip it in there. So normally you'd have like a sidecar. If you serve it, you should serve Béarnaise sauce in a sidecar. Do not ever do what I'm doing here. Don't go on Hell's Kitchen. That is a mistake. If you know what you're doing, you will not put Béarnaise on that steak because you are not eating it. That person is eating it. How much do you... How do you know how much they want? And now you just dumped it all over the steak. Don't fucking do that. Because if you do that, here's what Gordon's going to do. Your steak is good, but maybe your Béarnaise sucks. So he's going to eat the steak, and he's going to dip his fork in the Béarnaise and taste it separately. Ugh, too much salt or whatever. And then he won't even eat it. And then he'll sit there and focus on your steak. Now that's good. I'm going to grade you on that. Because that's fair. If they're both trash, he's probably going to give it to you. But the point is, you just dumped this shit all over the steak that you sucked at, and it was a great steak. So you made the steak shit because your sauce was shit. Maybe the person doesn't even like the sauce. But it just comes with that. Sidecar. They can ignore it. It's like the concept of too much salt. A little bit of salt is to allow the natural flavors of the thing to be presented. A little bit. Salt does that. But if you taste the salt, like again, something shouldn't taste salty. That's how you know it's too much. That's it. If you taste the salt, instead of the salt causing the flavor of the thing to come out more, you've done it wrong. It's that basic. So many people do that wrong. It's actually a really good looking steak. Look how red that is. That's medium rare. That is perfectly medium rare, and it's going to slowly change to medium as it sits there. As I eat it. Yeah. Yep. I'm cutting it up to show you how well it cuts. I'm sort of cutting it up. It just cuts like that. Look at that. Look at that. Yep. There it is. That is perfect medium rare. It's not rare. It's not. Because you still have the steak texture on there. Rare would be like you see raw meat. Again, you have the steak texture on there, and if ever so slight brown. Ever so slight brown. That's perfect. That's what you want. That's exactly right. Look how good that looks. Yeah. I got my root beer there. Oh, it's birch beer. Birch beer goes with everything. So good. I ate it all. Look at that. All gone. Probably a little tiny bit of gristle there I found. But all of it's gone. Look at that. Yeah, I mean, like, you try to get all the fat off. Every once in a while, you're still going to have, like, you're going to bite into it, there'll be a piece, you know, like, that's a lot of times, you know. It'll happen. It happens sometimes. This is how meat works. But anyway. You guys can see, you know, we did this plenty of times. There's plenty of streams where you can clearly see I know what I'm doing. You know, I'm not just sort of one-off doing this, and I happen to get lucky. It's very clear that I know what I'm doing with this. I've done this many times now, and even owned up to it when it was a little bit a certain way, and then I had to fix it. You know what I mean? Like I even, like I said, I showed you where you know, I sort of wanted it to be this way to kind of show you that it doesn't matter. Like, you can fix a bad steak if you want to, and it worked out. I was probably nervous about that, actually. I probably was, but it worked. I'd be willing to bet I was pretty nervous about that one. That's the one I would have been nervous about, because doing something I've done plenty of times before, I wouldn't be. But that one, yeah, like, I've never. But it worked out. I ended up doing that right for you guys because I wanted you to be able to see how to fix that if it does mess up. Because you can fix a steak. You just can't overcook one and then fix it. Because then you didn't. That you've already messed it up. It's done. Move on. Yeah. So those are our you know, as you can see, as far as cooking is concerned, we had a lot to offer there, and you know, they're trying to act like nobody's wanting it. So you guys know the deal. We do these because the point is to show you that, you know, even from one to the next, YouTube is sort of seemingly kind of removing lots of views and stuff like that. And, like I already showed you on that last one we just did not long ago, from that one to this one, there's blatantly some views that even came off, and it's less. I mean, that's ridiculous. It's not like we're talking about a lot of views to begin with here. We're talking about them capping it at a certain number. So, you know, just like this administration's a joke, we talk about and educate people on the fact that
I'm just
you know that it's blatantly obvious that the Trump administration is incompetent, are a bunch of retards in office doing nothing, and you know, again, it's as simple as you know, pointing out the fact that Kash Patel should be being the director of the FBI instead of chugging beers, spilling it all over himself, and yeah, in a locker room. So I mean, like, it's that basic, okay? So when I talk about that and we're on stream and we're talking about that, and it's as basic as literally calling it out like that. Like, I mean, it's pretty obvious shit. Like, this guy's a fucking retard and he hires fucking retards, and it's that simple. And meanwhile, we call this out and 98 views. Yep, 98 views. That's all we get, and it's just locked there. We see clearly more than that as the stream is being watched. We see it finishes with more than that. They post with more than that. Yet we've talked about this, even this stream, several times since then, and clearly it's still at 98 views. No more. Yep, they're just completely locked there. So anyway, we're gonna go ahead and stop now. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up, but I just wanted to do, another one of these where we came on and talked a bit more about the channel and what's going on. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate your views and trying to give me views. Even if they're not being recorded, I appreciate it. And I don't have any hate for any other streamers out there. I don't personally have any sort of vendettas against anybody, just so that we're clear. Okay? I don't attack people. I don't hold vendettas. Okay? I am being attacked. If I want to separate myself from a streamer, I can't do that because they know they're siphoning content from me. So, that's the problem. Okay. And for those who aren't doing that, you know you're not doing it. So obviously I don't have a problem with you. Okay. And to be pretty frank, it's obvious that there's some larger streamers siphoning content ideas from me now too. It's kind of obvious. So, just putting it out there. And I just I mean, I can't tell you the number of times I blatantly see them hacking my browser. Like, literally, as I say this, I'm literally watching them hacking the browser. I'm literally watching it happen. They're just hacking the browser. I'm literally watching it happen as I say this. So again, the scammer is trying to cause this problem. So I don't have any personal vendettas or anything like that, but it's very blatant to me that large channels, some certain large channels and large streamers, are siphoning content ideas from me. Just like these other streamers are siphoning content ideas from me too. So, again, if I block them and stuff like that and want to separate myself, all they do is sit here and cause a problem. So, I mean, literally, I just see non-stop right now. A scammer is sitting here non-stop, hacking browser after browser after browser after browser. Like, literally, they see, what you have to realize is I do this on purpose. I'm not dumb. This is on purpose. I see that they can clearly see a browser reflection behind me. And I can clearly see them starting to do hacks and scams right at the very second that, again, it's very clear I have a white screen, so it's as easy as doing this. And then they see I have a browser open, and then they're so triggered that they start hacking every device connected to a browser on my network that they can determine is connected to the browser, just because they saw that behind me. It's that basic. Right as I say it. So, it's plain as day, guys. And right as I announced I was getting off stream, this happens. Right as I announced I was getting off stream, this happens. Gee, I wonder if they're sitting here doing this to lie about views. Yeah, right as I'm about to get off stream, we're sitting here and we're hacking this person's browsers and devices right as I announce I'm getting off stream. Gee, I wonder if they're trying to do this the moment that I would get off stream, so that way they can sit here and try to hack the browser and stuff like that right after I'm off stream. And then this causes my my channel to lose all these views and stuff like that, because the Donald Jackass Trump administration, the guy that says he's right about everything, that has to say that, embroider a hat that says that, the guy that lies to you, and again, he must fucking paint his face orange. He must. He must paint his face orange. This guy, you know, again, it's literally just him. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. You know, we don't need to, there's no question here. That's pretty obvious. There's no question. That's pretty obvious. That right there is pretty fucking obvious. Yep. Confetti. Confetti. See ya. Hackers. And don't worry, we're monitoring what you do, even off stream.